through. Okay, judges, room, welcome. Today we are judging the 2019 AIPP Australian Professional Photography Awards travel category, sponsored by Camera Electronic. My name is Sarah McKenna and I'll be your panel chair for this session. We have Mel Sinclair as our scribe. And thank you at the back to all our crew of print handlers. This morning we've got Courtney, Emily and Tiffany. So our judging panel consists of Johan van Kaan, Dan O'Day, Francis Suter, Ian Vanderwald, David Oliver, and we also have at the ready Peter Eastway and David Simmons. The travel category involves landscape, people, culture, customs and history. It may express or reference the feeling of a time and place, or simply portray a land and its people in its natural state. All destinations will be considered in the light of being travel photography, even if the location in the photograph is the same as where the print judging is being held. Entries should communicate some aspect of travel, but the judges will be asked to interpret this broadly. Entries into this category may be commissioned or self-commissioned. This category is for single capture images and is intended to reward technical and creative excellence in photographing and presenting an authentic representation of a scene without the benefit of creating compositing techniques. There should be no attempt to misrepresent reality by manipulating the image's content, context, or meaning. Cropping the image and perspective correction are permitted. In-camera multiple exposures and panoramic stitching are prohibited. Polyptychs, diptychs, triptychs, etc. are permitted. And if we're all settled and ready to go, may we have our first print, please? This print scores 77. May I have a comment, please, from Ian?
I'm really enjoying the movement in this image, and the colour palette's quite pretty too. I'm not sure about the placement of the bird. I find the tension between the bird and the edge of the frame is creating a tension that I'm not enjoying, but perhaps, recomposing the image or cropping it differently would help it.
Thank you, Ian. And we'll have our next print, please. This print scores 81, Silver Award. David, can I have a comment from you, please?
Yeah, really enjoyed judging this one. It's taken us to a place that we've seldom um, people have seen, so very different and quite unique.
Thank you, David. We'll have our next print, please. This print scores 79. I'll have a comment, please, from David again.
Yeah, enjoyed viewing this one. It's strong composition. Possibly a different time of the day might have helped, but I do like the wispy clouds in the background, and congratulations.
Thank you, David. Next print, please. And of course, that last print will go for review at the end of the category. This print scores 83, a silver award. You'd like to comment, Johan? You're unable to challenge that one, but you can comment on it if you'd like to comment.
I really felt this was a wonderful interpretation of the signs that people have, the signs of authority and the signs of the people. And I felt it's something I've never seen before, and it was quite lovely. Lovely is not the right word. It was challenging and beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. And while we have a break just for a moment before we move on, can you all double check the names on your screens and that it's your name? Because I have a feeling 2 and 4 might be swapped over. Alrighty. Let's just all have a stretch of our legs. Francis, stay where you are. You're fine. And and everyone just swap around. I was thinking Ian looked rather comfortable when his score wasn't coming up. That's made sense. David, if you can come up to 1, and Dan, can you go down to 5, please? I mean the other chair. Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. And when you're all settled, okay, we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 79. Francis, you'd like to challenge? Francis, you're on 84. You're working with an 83, 2 78s, and a 73.
Sure, yes. It gives me a very strong sense of place. It's the way all these elements are arranged are just so tidy and neatly, and not that it is posed. It's just that's this lady's life. This is probably I get a time of a feeling of time as well. She been there for a long time, and it just talks to me that way, that she is busy doing that all day. Everything is in place. The colour palette, the red 3 bags up on the top of the door, I quite enjoy that, with little details. All the writing on the left, on the on the left hand side, in the bags. It's just all so organised, and I can see this lady preparing that every day. I can just feel that all little elements. Composition, I really like. The main subject is right in the middle, in the centre, and that little bit of light coming from the right hand side. I think it's just a very well handled image, and I'd like you to look up bringing it up into the silver range.
Johan, you're on 73.
I have to apologise for not seeing all of those things. And now that you've brought them to my attention, I'm seeing more things that are good, particularly the bamboo or whatever it is on the ground that's leading into the lettering on in the framed element in the background, and giving it really quite a lot of importance. And without understanding the cultures of it, it could be something quite significant. And I think the photographer is leading us around in this lovely picture. There's so many different elements that I missed. So I'm happy to go up. Yep.
Thank you, Johan. Ian on 83.
I really enjoyed this image when it first came around, and getting up and all the things that both Francis and Johan have talked about. I like the leading lines of this bamboo leading into this altar. That's beautifully reflecting the light from the street. So we've got these Asian letters that are really standing out, and I'm assuming it's an altar, and it's something of significant importance to this woman, and it's part of her life. And we've got this bamboo pointing to that. And apart from that, just this light coming in from the right-hand side of the frame is just adding a nice touch to it. But the placement of all the elements in the frame give me a real sense of place. I think this has been handled really well for a scene, captured image.
Thank you, Ian. Francis, your right of reply, please.
Thank you. Also, my eyes, I really get leaded into that room in the back. It could be an altar. I could very well imagine now, looking at it a second time, with the clock there sitting there, giving the exact time, telling us what's happening on the day. And I could even imagine a lady actually lives in that room. I can just see so much more in that room, all the little details, the little pictures hanging on the wall. It's not just her work, it's her life. That's her location. That's where she is all day long.
Thank you, Francis. Your score remains at 84. Could all other judges please rescore now? Ian, can you just double check that that's gone through, please? This is now 82, a silver award. Thank you, team. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 81, silver award. If I can get a comment, please, from Dan. We haven't heard from you this morning.
Yes, I enjoyed this print greatly. I was on 78. I didn't come up to silver. I'm actually glad that it did get silver. I think the only thing that I was, I guess for me personally, I was having a little bit of a tough time in my head with was the having it take me somewhere. And you know, I realised that this probably would have been taken in one of the beautiful museums that are out there in the world. I enjoy it very much graphically, but I think for me, the hard part for me to get it up into the silver for me personally was just tying it to travel. Was the only thing that held me back.
Okay, thank you, Dan. May we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to have a small chat amongst ourselves. It's early in the morning to have a have a chat. Actually, I might just tell you a little bit about our sponsor while we have a minute, and we're just sorting out something. Oot the book. So our sponsor is Camera Electronic, which is a family-run company established in Western Australia in 1968, with 2 stores in Perth and a comprehensive online mail order service with fast shipping to anywhere in Australia. So they could probably even get it to us here in Randwick today, tomorrow. No, it's Saturday. Let's wait till Monday, shall we? Or you can have a look at them here while you're here. They stock a full range of digital, analog and video equipment for anyone from weekend travellers to working professionals. They also have a well-stocked rental service and a repair and service department. They've been an APPA sponsor for 5 years and a WA sponsor for 30 years. So they've been looking after the AIPP and talking to our members for a very long time. They have an entire booklet of APPA 2019 specials, which you can pick up at stand 25 if you're here in Randwick, which is just opposite Judging Room 1. Cool. And Johan, can you pick up the microphone and we're going to have a bit of a chat to you? Can
Help.
You just So you're our international representative on the panel this morning. What can you tell us about yourself?
My name's Johan and I'm addicted to coffee, but who isn't? So I live in Christchurch. I photograph a lot of different things. My interesting projects at the moment are I work for the museum, and after the shootings in March, they commissioned me to photograph the floral memorial, which might not sound like much, but it was about from this part of the room to the wall and about 500 meters long of flowers, 300 meters of flowers, and it was just insane. And the beautiful messages from lots of people. The most wonderful messages were from kids who said, "I'm really sorry that this happened to you. If you get in trouble, come and stay at my house," and stuff like that, which was just stunning. And work like that makes me feel proud to be a photographer and fortunate to be exposed to those sorts of things.
Those pictures went all around the world.
Not my ones, but yes, the other ones did, yes. I wish. No, there were thousands of journalists and photographers there. At the same time, I was doing a series of photographs out in the middle of central Otago of a fossil dig for the same people. I mean, it's just a great place to be working. Yep.
Yeah, excellent. Sounds amazing. We are ready to continue. Thank you for your patience and awesome to hear from you. And whilst we're if we can have the next print, please. Thank you. This print has scored 84, a silver award. And this print will go next door for review at the end of the category. In the meantime, we would love a comment, please, from Francis.
Yes, absolutely divine image. First of all, it does give me a very strong sense for where it could be, somewhere in the middle of nothing, and that's why I do really enjoy to have that building right placed in the middle as it is. But then that background is just gorgeous with these hills and the clouds, and your eyes just go all the way, and you just imagine what country you are. Most divine, the little branches just slightly in the light, in the foreground, just rounded up beautifully.
Lovely. Thank you, Francis. And if we can have a quick judges change, please. Ian, I'm going to thank you for your time on the panel this morning so far, and we'll get David Simmons to join, please. Next print, please. This print scores 81, a silver award. David, would you like to comment?
Yes, I gave it an 83. I'm just, you can't get away from the face in the middle. It's beautifully placed. And then you see the head thrown back with that ecstatic or almost delirious laugh. And that has to be such a deliberate thing by the photographer, that careful cropping, because it could so easily be left out. But they've kept it in there, and that really held me.
Lovely.
Nicely seen image.
Lovely. Thank you, David. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 79. It will go next door for review after the end of the category. And if I can have a comment, please, from David Oliver.
Switched on. Well found picture. Love the tonal range. Just unfortunate that that building or shadowing above is sort of breaking that beautiful line. But that's just where it is, and that's unfortunate, I guess.
Thank you, David. A quick one from other David.
Being an architectural photographer, the thing that lets this beautifully seen picture down, it needs more contrast. It is a sharp-edged building, and it just feels the contrast would help it, I think, for the author.
Excellent feedback. Thank you, David. We'll have our next print, please. By majority, this print has scored 79. With a challenge from David. David, you're on 86. You're working with an 83, 278, and a 77.
Okay. Obviously, we've seen this picture so many times, but what this photographer has brought to this is the journey and the placement of the road coming down from the left with the beautiful little highlight sitting on the water and working perfectly with the that cloud formation that's sort of juxtapositioning the shadow, those highlights on the water. So I sort of enjoyed that, and it's a brave attempt because it's such a beautiful picture to photograph parts of and close up, but to photograph the whole building from the other side, and it's just beautifully printed, beautiful tonal range. So yeah, I'd like to hear a little bit more about this. Maybe you can discuss this one further.
Thank you, David. Dan, you're on... Oh, actually, no, we'll go to David Simmons. You're on 77.
Okay, thank you, David. I struggled with this, and the thing that disturbed me the most was the cropping on the left-hand edge. It needed more space here. My eye was taken straight out of the picture. I'm not left held by the building, and it is one we've seen a lot. So that's what took it away for me. Maybe I was a bit harsh on the 77, and I'll have another look at it. But that cropping was what spoilt it for me.
Thank you, David. Johan, you're on 83.
I'm not familiar with this building. I love the tension caused by the thing that you hate, which makes me look at it longer. And the fact that that tension is supported by the bright lights in the water, it just reinforces it and makes you look there and then carry on into the building and discover all those things that are lovely about it. What David said about the sky and the water, reflections and things, well, not reflections, but being similar. But also the exquisite printing. The printing was fantastic. So I gave it an 83. I'd like to see it in the 80s at least.
Thank you, Johan. I will go back to David for your right of reply, please.
Yeah, I scored 86, but I'd just love to see this get over the line and into the silver category. It really is worthy of that, I feel. It's beautifully printed. It's almost a disservice at that size. You can imagine this big. So it's a beautiful picture, and I'm asking for silver for this one.
Thank you, David. Your score remains on 86. If all other judges could rescore now, please. This print now scores 83, silver award. Thank you, team. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 82, silver award. Francis, you're a bit under that. I'm just wondering what great feedback you can give to this photographer.
Yeah, it's great action shot. I love the leading lines coming from the left, guiding me into the image, into the action scene. beautiful time of the day. The color palette is beautiful. I just thought a little bit more space on the right-hand side, so I could continue with the action, just to see a little bit more what has actually been happening here. Would have helped a little bit as well.
Lovely, thank you, Frances. And we'll have our next print, please. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 85, silver with distinction. Dan, I'd love a comment from you, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to like kiss this one. I think this is great. I would just like to say that when I walked up at the first time, I thought it was too washed out. And then I realised that it's been probably just the pollution that's happening over there as well. It's a really good representation of what's happening there. Then I found all the little pigeons that were sort of flocked around in the foreground, and they're beautifully sharp. I mean, this is a very intentional construct or capture or print by the photographer. So, you know, what initially threw me off, I was pleasantly surprised to find that it was actually quite seriously considered at all elements all the way through. The construction happening up on the top right-hand side. And this is obviously what we often get stuck with as far as those room with a view hotels we get sold in these trips overseas. This is often what we're looking at, some dodgy work and OH&S issues happening on the rooftop of some building. So I really feel like I was somewhere over there looking out a very real window. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you, Dan. And we'll have our next print, please. And this print has scored 74. I'd like a comment, if I may, from Johan.
I really wanted to enjoy this image. However, I felt the focus point was a sack of something and not the story within and surrounding the content. However, there's potential there for something wonderful with all those characters.
Lovely, thank you, Johan. We'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 82, a silver award. Johan, you're smack on 82.
What a wonderful colour palette. What an absolutely wonderful colour palette. And what a beautiful moment caught in the right place. I really did like this photograph a lot, and I thought it was an excellent capture of the environment. I did feel there was a bit of a glowing thing happening around the guy, and that sort of let me down a little bit, but I absolutely love those colours, absolutely.
Lovely, thank you. Now we're just going to do a quick judges change, if we can. Mr. Oliver, can I get you to swap over for Mr. Eastway, please? Okay, we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 80, silver award. Mr. Eastway, you're just above that.
I think Silver Award is great. I love the tonality in the print, the way the print had been put together. I think the quality is great. The fact that no one's actually interacting with anything, they're all looking at their phones, I thought was a great contemporary statement. And I liked that space in the middle with the shadow going through, and sort of, I didn't quite know why, but it really worked for me.
Thanks, Peter. Dan also had something little to say. Succinct and sweet.
Yeah, very quick. I think what I enjoyed was the fact that the old mate on the far right wasn't looking at his phone, and the other two were definitely stuck in their phones. That was the little thing I really enjoyed out of it. We're all dealing with things in a different generations. Yeah, and for me, the print itself was a little flat, but aside from that, the narrative I think was really beautiful.
Awesome. Thanks, Dan. And we'll have our next print, please. Keeping moving, please, judges. Keying those scores in, please, judges. This print has scored 85, a silver with distinction. We'll give that a clap. And Mr. Eastway has jumped in pretty quickly. Peter's challenging this. He's on 92. Peter, you've got an 87, an 85, an 82, and a 78.
I try not to challenge. I just like to say why I scored it a gold. And I find that it's an enigmatic quality. I look at this as a travel photograph, and I go to so many places as a traveller and I don't understand. And I look at this and I don't understand, but I can imagine where it is. And so for me, it's the subtext that the photographer is bringing to the image that puts it up into the gold category. Because yes, it's just an architectural study on the one hand, but I can imagine Tony Hewitt talking lyrically about all of the possible ideas of that little hole there and where it goes. And I think it's the story that the photographer's allowed me to, I guess, impress on the photograph that has elevated it for me into the gold range.
Francis, I am aware that just as all the scores went through, you said, hang on. So your score has come through at 78, and I'm not sure where you...
Yeah, and I was meaning to score it much higher. Absolutely, because it's absolutely gorgeous. It's very painterly feel to it. You know, it's the way that it's played with the light and the shadow and the light is outstanding, and the location, the little steps going down in the back, you really want to go there and know what there is. On top of it, I could see a figure in this darker area in the middle, like a figure, a head and a tummy, which I thought was really adding it for me, just questioning what is behind these steps. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Johan?
I gave it a measly 87. I'm happy to come up to a much more vigorous gold. Because not only have we been presented with a piece of travel photography that makes us question where or how or why or what, but it's so artful as well. It's done so artfully and simply. We haven't been overcomplicated with messages or anything like that and hidden subtexts or anything. It's just simple and beautiful. And I'm very happy to reward the simplicity of it.
Thank you, Johan. David on 85.
I will come up to gold. I was a bit timid there. This has an Escher-like quality. This could have been drawn with charcoals. And to take an architectural thing and allow grain and that sort of painterly texture to be part of the message. And yes, you're right, the enigmatic quality. And I'm thinking this for me is a stairway to heaven.
Thank you, David. Peter, your right of reply.
I'm not quite ready for the stairway to heaven, but thank you, judges.
Okay, Peter, your score stays on 92. All other judges, please rescore now. This print now scores 91, Gold Award. Thank you, team. Congratulations to the photographer. We'll just have a quick judge change if we can. Francis, can I get you to pop out and we'll have Ian Vanderwald come in? Don't go too far though, please. Thank you, judges. We'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 77. If I can get a comment, please, from Ian.
I'm quite enjoying this image. What brought it down for me was the highlight behind the subject in the frame. Where you'd think the highlight would bring your attention to it, it's actually, I find it quite distracting because the detail in that person's not quite, I suppose, illuminated enough for me. It's disappearing into the shadows and the lack of interaction. But what I really like is the symmetry of the background and the placement of the frame. So perhaps a little bit of work in Photoshop to balance those tones a little bit would improve the image.
Thank you, Ian. Can we have our next print, please? Speeding up just a little bit, please, judges, a little bit more decisive. Thank you, judges. This print scores 82, a silver award. David, can you comment to the print, please? You're on 80.
Okay, something that's quite, in a sense, simple, ordinary, but what got me to silver was the texture, the lovely textures and the detail in the face. That really held, and then you've just got that other face in the background, so you're moving between the two. So well done to the photographer.
Thank you, David. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 79 and will go next door for review at the end of the category. In the meantime, I would love a comment, please, from Johan.
I love the content of the image. I wanted to be impressed by something amazing in the image, and this is the photograph that I would expect to take. I did really like the way it was framed and the placement of the subject and how that represented the diminutive element of smoking.
Lovely. Thank you, Johan. May we have our next print, please? Thank you, judges. This print has scored 79 and will go next door for review at the end of the category. I'd like a comment, please, from Mr. Eastway.
I think there's some beautiful mood and atmosphere happening in this. I think that if you're going to use 3 images, then there's possibly not enough variation between the 3 of them. They're all very, very similarly a bit weighted to the one side. And I actually wonder whether a single shot just with the exact right timing might even make a stronger image. But I do love the colour palette. And as I said, the atmosphere in it is wonderful.
Lovely. Thank you, Peter. Can we have a next print, please? Thanks, judges. This print has scored 79 and will go for review next door at the end of the category. If I can have a comment, please, from... There's so many wonderful people to choose from. David, please.
I struggle a little bit with this. There's something not... I know it's hard to put my finger on exactly what it was. Maybe it's a bit of contrast, a bit of brightness. And for me, the little figure, I'm thinking a few moments later at the pinnacle would have just given it an edge that it doesn't have. It is a travel image that we have seen often, so I wanted just something to pull it up.
Thank you, David. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 83, silver award. Johan, yes, you can challenge. You're on 88. You're working with an 83 and 3 82s.
What a wonderful, simple image of life for this person. What a beautiful set of colors. What a perfect moment to take the photograph. What a wonderful, what an outstanding an arrangement of nets and storyline. And I gave this an 88 because I felt that this was beyond just somebody traveling and looking. This was somebody traveling, looking and waiting and seeing and getting the right image at the right time. That's my story. I really am very, very much in love with this image.
Thank you, Johan. Dan, you're on 82.
Yeah, and that's that's the thing. I mean, I feel like I would first of all like to say congrats to the photographer. I mean, it's everyone's awarded it. It's a beautiful image. Yeah, I think I just found that there's so much potential for such beautiful simplicity in the crop, and make that such a sort of a more dynamic or a more interesting image to look at. I just found that there was just a little bit too much imbalance for me for the sort of capture that they might have been going for. A little bit of too many distractions at the very top and over to the right, and that black clunk up in the bottom, top right corner. But I think it should be awarded. I just couldn't go much higher than silver.
Okay, Peter, can I have a comment from you, please, on 83?
Yeah, I agree with Dan's comments on the cropping, and that's always a struggle sometimes when you've got a scene like this to get the framing exactly right. But I also look at the mid-tones, and I find that they're blocking up a little bit, and maybe just going back into post-production and just trying to, because Jonas was talking about that life that you felt in the image, and I just wonder if that could come through in the tonality and the colour a bit more, that maybe we could go a few points higher.
Thank you, Peter. And Johan, your right of reply, please.
And that's the thing. It's about the life, and it's about the imperfection of it. For the fishermen, it's what they do, and for us, if we're looking for happiness, this is their happiness, but it's a polluted happiness. It's not perfect. It's got muddiness and ugliness in it. And I think that the photographer has subtly presented that to us, rather than making it into a glamorous photograph. They've made it into a truthful photograph, but they've still made it very beautiful. So they've mentioned the darkness, and the brokenness of the nets even reflects that. So it's not perfect, and I don't see a reason to penalise it for being imperfect, because it just creates more of a reality for me. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Johan. Your score stays on 88. Can all other judges rescore now, please? By majority, this print scores 84, and we'll see it in the next room for review. Thank you, judges. Oh, silver. Yeah, that is the silver award still. We'll just have a quick judges change. Mr. O'Day, thank you for your time. We're just going to stop you out, have a quick spell, and come back to visit again. And David, we'll have you on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that's fine. David, that's perfect. We'd love to have you join our panel. Thank you, judges. We'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 79. And David's going to challenge that. David, you're on 84. You
Yeah,
have
just
78 and 377s.
I thought this would get over the line. Let's see what we can do. Just the subtle capture of this, the subtle tonal range is just beautiful, and the composition is quite strong. But it's the humour that I fell in love with here. Out of business, Angels Ladies, the brothel that was on the other side many years ago, obviously. But it's well found, and cropping could have been better. I know that's probably going to come up, but we're not going for silver distinction or gold. I just like this to get across the line as 80 or 81, 82. Sorry, that was next door. Just threw me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so let's hear from somebody else.
Thank you, David. David Simmons.
Hearing what you say, David, and it is the signage that makes this image and brings the humour. And the thing that just kept me back a bit was the out of business, which is the main message you want to get here, is just a bit too light. It was hard to find and then hard to see, and yet it was it kind of was the punchline. So that's what held me back. But happy to reconsider.
Ian, did you have something to add to that, or? Yep.
Look, I agree with both my esteemed colleagues here. I actually think it's a really beautifully well-found image. I love the colour palette. What let it down for me is this overall, I suppose, bleached look that we have here can work really well in these instances. But I felt that this one was lacking because they hadn't controlled the contrast. It looks quite flat. If they brought the blacks up a little bit and still kept the image, I'm not sure what that technique's called. What do they call that technique? Where it's looking very desaturated. I think that really suits this image, but they just haven't managed it, in my opinion. And if they were able to bring their blacks up a little bit so that it still was quite subtle in its tonality, but it had a little bit more punch at the bottom end, I would have brought it up into the silver range.
Thank you, Ian. David, Oliver, your right of reply.
Yeah, I guess I've seen it differently because I feel if the blacks were punched up a bit, we wouldn't be getting that beautiful subtle range, tonal range that's there. Totally agree with the sign. I struggled to find it, but I found it. And when I found it, I thought, wow, yeah, Angel's out of business. And it was the humour that I loved. But I would love to see this cropped a little bit from the bottom. There's a lot sort of wasted space there, but there's things that could improve. But I'm just asking for 1 point. We're on 79.
Thank you, David. You stay on 84. Can all other judges rescore now, please? This print is now 80, silver award. We're just going to do a quick judges change. Johan, if you'd like a bit of a spell, and Francis Suter will welcome you back to the panel. Thank you, Johan. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 81, a silver award. David, you were just under there. I would love to hear a comment from you as to what this photographer can do to improve.
It's hard to say because there was much I liked about it. The light, the moment of light, the sharpness and the texture that was out in the stone. You could really feel it was going to crumble. But I don't know, I still was left kind of wanting, and I'm not quite, to be honest with the photographer, I'm not quite sure what that would be. So maybe I'd misjudged it a little bit, but yeah, well done.
Thank you, David. And I did mean David Simmons. Sorry, you both jumped then. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 79 and will go next door for review at the end of the category. I'd like a succinct comment, please, Frances.
I think it's a great concept. Very interesting composition. Color palette nice. I just think it could be improved a little bit. There's a bit of a muddy area there, just in terms of printing and post production, and yeah, I think it would be there just to improve it in these more technical areas.
Thank you, Frances. And judges, I'll get you to, when we go up for prints, just be a little bit more decisive and quick in coming back and popping the scores in, please. Our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 84, a silver award. It will go next door at the end of the category for review. In the meantime, I would love a comment, please, from David Oliver.
Yeah, what held me here was those beautiful expressions of the children, and the little fella just behind the guide there tapping him on the shoulder. It's just a beautifully captured moment. Love to have seen those highlights toned down just a little in the foreground, but that's what sort of held me back from going really, really high. But no, great picture, well found, well captured.
Lovely, thank you, David. Now we'll just do a quick judges change. Ian, thank you for your time again, and I'm going to invite Dan to the panel, please. Dan O'Day making his way to the panel today. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored by majority 79 and will go next door for review. I'd love a comment in the meantime from Dan O'Day, please.
Yeah, I think this is a little cracker. I almost got it over into the silver range. I think the only thing for me that I was struggling with was there's just lots of little bits and pieces that were happening in there that just kind of like just held me back from going up over the top. And by little bits and pieces, I'm referring to some of the clouds, some of the lines, some of the people, and some of the distance between the mountains in the background and what's happening here in the foreground. There wasn't much sort of dancing together for me, but I enjoyed little pockets of it. So. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you, Dan. And we'll have our next print, please. This print has scored 81, a silver award. Peter, can I get you to speak to the print, please?
I think what got me into the silver was the composition. I just love the curves of the road, the freshly ploughed road against the white, so you've got the contrast as well. Just a nice, simple graphic description. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We'll have our next print, please. This print scores 83, a silver award, with a challenge from David Simmons on 92. David, you're working with an 83, two 82s, and a 77.
Oh, my fellow judges, this is brilliant. This is clever. The fact you all turned your heads sideways to try and figure it out tells you the photographer was onto something in a deliberate use of the shadows to tell you about the crosses. And it's, you know, like you've got a wall, you've got the red objects in the background, so maybe that's symbolic of blood. These are lots of people have died here. This is, you know, a battle scene, I'm guessing, a big cemetery. But by turning it on its side like that, the crosses are just so strong. You know, the shadow of the crosses far outweighs the impact of the white crosses. So we have the dark, the death, and the red, the pain and the blood. I really urge you to look at this and reward the creativity and the cleverness in this image. It's beautifully seen.
Francis, you're on 77.
Yes, thanks for pointing all these points out. I actually needed that. Thank you. I think it is very clever image, very geometrical, graphical image. I did turn my head around. That's correct, and I got confused if I probably would prefer it the other way around rather than tilt it that way. So so that's, yeah, but definitely the colours, beautiful colour palette as well.
Thank you, Francis. Now, David is asking for a gold, so I will speak to a few of you. Peter, can you speak to the print, please?
David, points all taken, but then I analyse what I have in front of me, and to move it up into gold, I find that there's not enough in it. I mean, there's a lot of repetition and it's great, but I need something more in terms of the interpretation. The idea of using a shadow like that is great, but not completely new and novel for me to get it into the gold category. I don't want to denigrate the print. It's beautifully seen, beautifully executed. It's a great silver for me.
Thank you, Peter. Dan or David, do you have anything to add? Okay, so David.
Everything Peter said summed up my feelings as well towards this picture. I still would like to see it the other way. I'm looking at the graphics and the strength of the shadows, but my eye keeps wandering to the left to the red area, which I'd like to see at the top. So that's just me. That's my personal preference. I think it would have been stronger the other way, but I ripped my neck 3 times looking at it. So. But I'm happy with it in the silver. Silver maybe a little bit higher, but that's all. I can't see it as a gold.
Okay, thank you, David. David Simmons, your right of reply.
I think some ways all the things you point out are there, but that's part of what makes this image, because it's a very deliberate choice. Maybe not a unique choice to stand it on its side, but that's what draws you right into the print, and that's what gives it its power, and I think its uniqueness, and that's what, for me, took me into the gold range. So I certainly encourage you to, if you won't go to gold, at least get this to silver with distinction.
Thank you, David. Your score stays at 92. Can all other judges please rescore now? This print now scores 86, silver with distinction. Can we have our next print, please? Thank you, judges. This print has scored 83, a silver award, with a challenge from David Oliver. David, you're on 89. You're working with 283s, an 82 and a 78.
Yeah, and I'd love to see this come at least up into the silver distinction range. Beautiful colour palette, composition strong. I possibly would have gone higher into the gold category if it had been cropped just a little bit tighter, but that expression is priceless, and that's what I've gone for here. Beautiful expression, beautiful stance on that child. There's no posing there. You can't pose that stance. It's just captured, and it's just beautiful. Yeah, exactly, David. Cropped a bit tighter, I would have gone way over. I would have gone gold, but because of that beautiful colour palette. But you know what? I don't mind that clouds, because the clouds in the background and on the right-hand side, because it is quite soft and it does work with those colours.
Thank you, David. I'll go to David Simmons first and then to Dan, please.
Hearing what you're saying, David, and I may have been a little harsh. It definitely, I wanted the picture, I wanted the cropping to take me right to the little girl, not being pulled to the fence on the right-hand side or even the wall. We have enough of that degraded texture in the building. We know where she is. We know it's a shanty town from all those things. So for me, coming in tighter, and it just, beautiful look, expression on the face, but it just felt a little cliched. You know, that's what held me back, and I've maybe been a bit harsh there, so I'll reconsider.
Thank you, David. Dan?
I actually, I actually enjoy the amount of space around this subject. I've got it in silver. I've got a high silver. I could definitely go to silver distinction. I just, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. Or just maybe I'll get in trouble later. But I'll take. If I do, I'll change my behaviour after that. But I feel like, you know, in me personally, if this is in the portrait category, I'd go gold. You know, so for me, this environmental portrait is beautiful. This is a beautiful environmental portrait. As far as travel goes, I think we need that extra amount of space around it to show that it's a travel photograph. Otherwise, we're going to crop in just with that background and it becomes a portrait. So for me, in the category that it's in right now, I think it needs that space around it. We need to see where she is. We need context. So for me, that's a beautiful, beautiful image. I really enjoy it. I will go to silver distinction. But yeah, maybe in other years, if there's a big body of this work, I'd love to see this in portraiture.
Not in trouble at all. Very much in context, I think. We'll have a right of reply, please, Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, I'm just asking for a silver distinction for this image.
So your score remains on 89. Can all others please rescore? This print now scores 86, silver with distinction. Excellent chat. And just before we move on, we do have the wonderful Sam here from Camera Electronic in the room. So you all can put a face to the name and visit him at the stand. Thanks, Sam. So make sure you go and visit Sam during the day, and he, well, I was going to say check out his wares, but now he said he's got lollies and smiles. So if he said there were hugs too, it'd be the trilogy, and we'd all be there. Wonderful. Thanks, Sam. Okay, and if we're ready to keep going, we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 83, a silver award. And we're good. No, so so David is challenging. David Oliver, you're on 88. You have an 84, 83, 82, and a 77 to work with.
Yeah, look, the quirky nature of this, they're so proud, aren't they, the Yanks? They take the flag with them on holiday. And that's the humour, I think, that I'm looking at here. I kept wanting to take that bird out, or jet, whatever it is, on the right-hand side, but you can't do that because we're in the travel category. But I guess it does balance, and I probably would have gone higher if it hadn't have been there. But no, it's just a very subtle, simple picture of a typical American scene. You see those flags outside the homes, but first time I've seen one at the beach, and like it's bigger than everything else at the beach, you know, which is so American. And I just, yeah, simple, subtle, humorous, silver distinction.
Thank you, David. Peter, you're on 77.
Yeah, I'm afraid, David, I got all of that, but I didn't react the same way you did. To me, the image is a little bit unbalanced. I find the printing maybe a little bit on the muddy side, and I think there's a lot that the photographer could do. Now, you can counteract and say, well, it's an American beach and there's a lot of pollution and all this sort of stuff, but it wasn't talking to me the way it was talking to you, so the photographer's lucky he's got you on their side.
He or she, I guess. And Dan, do you have anything to add to the debate?
Yeah, I'm on 84. I'm going to come up to silver distinction as well. I just think the balance in this is so nice. I think it's hilarious. I love that the flag is flying everywhere it can possibly fly. If it is a bomber in the background, well, that's even more American. Do you know what I mean? America. You know, I think, yes, there are definitely some technical, you know, if I was to give some constructive stuff here, yes, I found it to be a little hard to see what was happening inside there. So maybe some work on the sharpening or bringing out some of the, you know, it's perhaps a little flat, which might hold me back from going higher, but I'm going to very happily put it into the silver distinction, and I'm going to have a great sleep, you know, thinking about it tonight.
Thank you, Dan, as are we all. David, your right of reply.
Yeah, Peter, you talked me up. I forgot about the pollution. I love the pollution. This possibly was taken last year when those fires were burning in California, and that's why it's well pointed out, Peter. That's why it's muddy. And the photographer, I congratulate the photographer for leaving it the way it was. Silver distinction.
Excellent. David, your score stays at 88. Could all other judges rescore now, please? This print now scores 85, silver with distinction. Excellent discussion, judges. David Simmons, thank you for your time on the panel. We'll give you a bit of a spell and we'll have Johan back. Okay, and we'll have our next print, please. This print scores 79 and will go next door for review at the end of the category. Francis, can you have a comment, please?
Scene very well seen. Great environment. And it's got some very strong graphical aspects to it. However, I would have liked to see both sides of the arches as well, just to round up with these diagonal lines in the train. And also the foreground, either crop in a little bit or also tone back a little bit. It's very dominant, and my eyes will rest in the foreground rather than in the scene itself. But yeah, very well seen.
Thank you, Francis. Can we have our next print, please? Thank you, judges. This print scores 83, a silver award. A comment, please, Johan.
What a wonderful little photograph. You know, just a fantastic sense of balance, great tonality. Not quite sure what I'd do to improve it, but I really enjoyed being there. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll have our next print, please. This print scores 77. Peter, can I have a comment from you, please?
Am I? Oh, there we go. I think the photographer's got all the right ideas here. I think it's just a matter of balance and perhaps print quality. And I wonder whether the balance of so much shadow is a little bit overpowering. And then when I get up and I look at the figure up on the top right, I find there's a little bit too much contrast being built into the printing itself. So great idea, and certainly scope for further execution in the future.
Thank you, Peter. Can we have our next print, please? Keeping on moving, please, judges. This print scores 77. We're happy. Oh, Francis, you'd like to challenge that one?
Yes, look, I'd like to have.
Sorry, can I just confirm? Are you
Yes, please.
challenging?
Sorry,
Yep,
yes,
okay,
please,
so you're
yes.
on 82 and you've got
Yep.
78,
Yep.
77 and 275s.
Look,
Yep.
I think there is some really interesting aspects in that image, especially the viewpoint. I found the viewpoint really stunning. The water that sort of acts as a guiding as a guiding line down to into the people, the crowds. I assume it could be an airport or a busy place, a train station or something. And then it's like a little bit of an inside world there. And then you've got the windows, and it leads you out to the real world where people might come from or go to. So I think altogether I found it quite an interesting image to look at, and a very interesting angle of view as well, where it was taken from.
Thank you, Francis. Dan, you're on 75. Can you? Thank you.
Yeah, I love the idea. I love the way that it's been seen. The nature on the bottom and then the architecture up the top. There's a nice little mishmash happening. The only thing that I think was bringing me away from going higher on this one was the fact there was just too many things happening in it for me. It was just a bit too busy. There wasn't enough. I just don't think sort of like a tension between the nature and the architecture. There was just a lot happening outside the glass and a lot happening inside the glass. So yeah, if it was a tighter and cleaner sort of capture, which is obviously impossible there, I might have been able to go somewhere else with it. But I think it's really wonderfully seen. Yeah. So congrats.
Thank you, Dan. Francis, your right of reply.
Yeah, busy place. It is a busy place. There is a lot happening. It's a small area. It's crowded. It's possibly an airport or something. So it must be busy. And I think that actually shows it quite well that it is busy. And it's probably always busy there. And it reflects, the busyness even reflects in the flowers on the top right there, because that's very busy as well, with all these red flowers popping up through this green leaf. So I think that balances the busyness down from the people quite well. I think it comes off a little bit towards the distance where all the houses and the skyline of the city are. Yeah, look, I think it's a very well seen image, and I'd just like you to have another look and bring it into the silver range.
Thank you, Francis. Your score stays at 82. Can all other judges please rescore now? This print now scores 78. Thank you for the discussion, judges. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 79, and we'll go next door for review. A comment, please, from Johan.
Hello? Oh, good. What a wonderful architectural image with a dog in it. And the dog brings it into the travel category and out of an architectural category. And it kind of humanizes it, but I just felt disappointed that the dog was not telling me more about the travel experience, or there was no story about the dog. It was just seeming to be there. But it's a lovely capture with some very strong graphical elements.
Lovely, thank you, Johan. We'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 84, which is a silver award with an instant challenge. Yes, clap for that one. And an instant challenge from Johan on 92. You've got an 87, two 83s, and a 77 to work with.
Right, okay, so first things first, let's get it off 84, because those guys next door, they don't want to spend time judging our prints, okay? Easy as. I gave it 92 because what a powerful, powerful image of pollution. What a powerful image of power versus poverty. What a strong image of... It actually makes me feel really bad looking at this image. It moves me in a way that I start feeling guilty for driving a car. It moves me in it makes me feel bad about owning things. And I look at this image and it really makes me sad. And the photographer has rewarded us with an emotion. And I'd like to reward the photographer with a gold for being subtle but strong, so earthly strong. Yeah.
Peter, you're on 77.
Yeah, I can see why you've gone so high. I come back, I guess, to the presentation of the image. So, the graphic nature, the composition, incredibly strong, incredibly bold. And then I get in there and I look at the actual content, it's hard to say the print quality, but I find it muddy. And you've just talked about pollution and all of that sort of stuff. And I get where you're coming from, but it hasn't transcended for me the fact that I feel that there is potentially so much more in that image that could be there. And so I guess I'm reacting to it from a technical point of view more than an aesthetic point of view, because I agree the composition, the presentation is very, very strong. So I'll have to come up a little bit, and I'm listening to you, but it's always wonderful to listen to my other judges.
Francis, you're on 83.
Yes, I agree with everything what was said. I do enjoy the composition. However, I thought for this concept of composition, if the two towers would have been just slightly sharper, a little bit, just slightly more out there, I would have preferred that. Just to bring that out even more, that contrast of poverty and bad air pollution and so on.
Thank you, Francis. Dan, you're on 87.
Yeah, I'm with Johan on this. I'm on 87. I think I'm going to go up to the G factor. I think this is one image particularly, I think, where we can forgive some technical faults because, faults or decisions, I'm not too sure. But it is more about a feeling, I think. It's more about a statement. It's more about, maybe it's a political statement. Maybe there's a lot going. There's so little happening in this image that there has to be a lot going on with the concept and with the message. And so I feel like that is something that is going to have a much bigger impact on the greater community looking at an image like this, more so than the technical aspects of it. So there is a feeling that I get from this image straight away, and it's stayed with me the whole time. And once I got that, I heard from you sort of articulating it even further, it's just confirming everything that I was hoping to hear about it.
Thank you, Dan. Johan, your right of reply, please.
Thank you, fellow judges, for highlighting the things that I love about it. I forgot to say that even the powerful are victims of their own power, and the pollution has made them a little softer, a little fuzzier, a little uglier. They can still be strong and powerful in the image of all this evil that they've caused, but what an amazing image they've left us with. I forgive. I don't need to forgive anything in this. I feel very strongly about the ugly pollution that I'm seeing. So thank you, photographer, for bringing me there. I gave it 92. Yeah, thank you.
So Johan's score of 92 stays, and if all other judges could rescore now, please. And we got it out of the other room. It stays in here with an 88, a silver with distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Francis, thank you for your time. I'm going to do a quick judges change. Ian Vanderwald, if you'd like to jump in for me, please. Okay, and when judges are settled, we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores by majority 84, which is a silver. It will go next door for review. Can I have a comment, please, from Mr. Oliver?
Yeah, really enjoyed this. The busyness, how lucky we are in Australia. We don't see beaches like that. It's just well captured, well seen, graphically superb. Congratulations. Yeah, love to have seen it gone just a little bit higher.
Thank you, David. We'll have our next print, please. And we are watching judging the 2019 AIPP Australian Professional Photography Awards travel category, sponsored by Camera Electronic. Thank you, judges. This print scores 78. Can I get a comment, please, from Dan?
Yeah, okay, great. A lot of great space that's been left. I enjoy the amount of space that the photographers left here for us to see. I enjoy the scattering of everyone through there. The only thing that held me back, I would have liked to see just maybe a little bit of bump in some of the colours and a little bit more control in some of the tone, just a touch. And maybe removing that little white frame from around the outside of the image. Just as a little side thing, but might have pulled me up into silver.
Thank you, Dan. We'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 82, a silver award. Johan, can I get a comment from you, please?
Fantastic graphical image. If there was a way that the photographer could make the prominent bird in the photograph more in focus, it would have been even better, you know, faster shutter speed or something like that. But I really enjoyed the graphical image that we were presented with. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. And we'll have our next print, please. This print scores 75. Can I get a comment, please, from Peter?
Great travel capture and a very professional standard in that we've got the subject in the middle of the frame, but for an award we're probably looking for a little bit more emotion, and maybe in terms of the colour palette or maybe just the lightening and darkening, the tonal mapping of the image, you could have created something that has perhaps got a little bit more mood, and that's going to appeal to judges.
Thank you, Peter. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. By majority, this print scores 84. And silver award, yes. And we'll be going to next door for review at the end of the category. Peter has a comment to make.
If I seriously considered this for gold because the gesture, the look, the feeling is just absolutely superb. What held it back for me was just a little bit of darkening on the nose, just a little bit of tonal control around there, and I think that, yeah, I was on 88, I would have gone a little bit higher. Fingers crossed for a silver with distinction when we go for review.
Thank you, Peter. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're now going to break for morning tea. Much excitement, many joy. We need the judges back here, please, at 11:10, so 10 past 11. But please make sure you go out and visit. So just before you go, Camera Electronic have an entire booklet of APPA 2019 specials you can pick up at stand 25, just opposite Judging Room 1. Also visit the stand for a chance to win a $500 Camera Electronic voucher, which will be drawn random each day. The team at Camera Electronic would also like to invite you to their APPA 2019 Sunday session following the World Photographic Cup print auction. Beer, wine, soft drinks, finger food will be provided by Camera Electronic. Visit the stand during judging days before Sunday for more information. Okay, welcome back from our break. Again, we are judging the next section of the 2019 AIPP Australian Professional Photography Awards travel category, which is sponsored by our friends at Camera Electronic. Our print handlers at the back at the moment are Courtney and Amanda, so thanks Courtney and Amanda for being ready to go. I'm Sarah McKenna. Beside me I have Mel Sinclair. On our panel we have David Simmons, Johan Van Kaan, Dan O'Day, Francis Suda and David Oliver. And if we're all ready to go, we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 81, a silver award. With a challenge from Francis on 87. Francis, you've got an 83, 82 and 2 77s.
Okay. Well, first of all, the print quality, everything technical is absolutely beautiful. The graphical geometric nature of the image is fantastic. I love how it is presented to us in the matting, how the matting actually matches the lines of the shadow. Now, being in the travel category, this subject just leaving somewhere, giving that last look back, I found that a very, very strong portrait as well. I found it a very strong expression of actually traveling, maybe leaving for good. We don't know. I just assumed that. So that moment when the image was captured, just in that light, just framing that expression of him in the eyes, I found really outstanding. Now, yeah, and then just framed with the handrail in the front, that supports him to go where he has to go. So yeah, I'll just like you to have another look at that and bring it into a higher silver distinction range.
David Oliver, you were on 77.
Yeah, I struggled with that cropping of the mat. I'd like to have seen that freedom going all the way into the square. So yeah, I haven't seen it crop like that before. So I guess I'm struggling a little bit with it. Also, the expression, I could see anger on that man's face. I'm not 100% sure he wanted his photograph to be taken. And I didn't see the great expression. Maybe I need to go and have another look. But yeah, I struggle with the expression, cropping. The graphics great, printed beautifully, but need some help. I'm happy to listen to further discussion.
Johan, you're on 82.
How clever of the photographer to get that exact framing. That in itself is pretty awesome. The expression is almost anger at the photographer for taking the photograph. And that's actually a story about the photographer then, which in most cases we like photographs to be, we are the invisible observer, but here we've been seen and identified by the subject. I'm enjoying the framing and I'm speculating and that the framing has been quite cleverly done to take us away from whatever might have been there and bring us into where we should be, which is the bars, that person, the framing, and actually that particular moment where the head is just before the large vertical post, and then also, the shadow of the head is just before the large vertical post, and the head itself is just before the smaller vertical post. With it's fantastic timing. So it's quite a decisive moment. So I originally decided to give it an 82, but I'm happy to decide to give it something more. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Dan, yep, please, on 83.
Yeah, just to address D-Dog's sitch. I feel like the anger's okay. I'm guessing. Of course, I could be completely wrong. I'm just sort of having that moment in my head where you see something as a photographer and you try to shoot it. It looks fantastic. I'm sure the photographer possibly was looking at the railings and looking at the shadows and thinking this is going to be a great snap. And then old mate, they probably had 3 or 4 people decide to wait for them to get it, And old mate's like, not today, my friend. I'm late for work. I'm on the way up. And sometimes people just consciously walk through your photo just because you're sort of, holding them back from getting from A to B. I feel like that's very much an experience we all go through when we're traveling. So I feel like that translates in this image really well. Beyond that, I'm sure they sprayed a few shots and they might have chosen this one to come up here. Again, this is great curation. I think they've done a really good job knowing. I would say move this, that, and the other if it wasn't the travel category, but it is the travel category and they can't. So I think they've done a great job with what they got presented.
Thank you, Dan. Francis, your right of reply.
Yes, thanks for that. So just going back at his expression, yes, he might look angry. I think he looks like there's an expression of fear. He might have to go somewhere he doesn't like to. There was a photographer maybe taking that chance of these very graphical nature of the image and chose his face, his expression to photograph. I think it actually adds to the story. Also that not much way there to the right hand side, so he's a little bit limited where he can walk, which I also like the cropping of that because he's not in a good mood, he doesn't want to go, and then the shadow, which is much softer in the background, sort of is a little bit like a reflection of his mood as well. So I think it rounds up really, really well, and it's a very strong image with an amazing expression, so I'd like you to come up a little bit.
Thank you, Francis. Your score remains on 87. If all other judges could now rescore. It did originally score an 81. This print scores 84, a silver award. And it will go into next door for review. Thank you, judges. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print by majority scores 79 and will go next door for review. Can I get a comment, please, from Dan?
Trying to grab my coffee. I think I really enjoy the simplicity of this image. I'm guessing the living quarters back there on the hill. I think I'm sure I'm not probably by myself that the skin tone on the lad on top of the donkey really sort of jumps off the print from here. So I think maybe just a little bit more color management, toning it down a little bit and just sort of working on the sharpening in the print. Yeah, I think that would make it a much stronger image. But it's as far as the architecture of the image, it's really beautiful.
Lovely. Thank you, Dan. Can we have our next print, please? By majority, this print scores 79. And David Oliver will challenge on 84. David, you've got an 82, 278, a 77, and very happy hands.
I was so happy that I can get a silver for this picture because this is just so well captured. Trying to work it out, obviously it's some kind of silver train, I'm thinking, but you know, to capture that moment with the mother on her iPhone holding a little baby right in the middle that holds the whole image together. I think the only thing that possibly lets it down is the left-hand side. That would have stopped me going higher. I can't quite work out what's happening in that first image. So happy to have some more discussion on this. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to capture that moment in time, single shot, and with the graphics of the line of the train. So I'm thinking it's a train because it couldn't be a plane.
Johan on 77.
Okay, I gave it 77, and I'm very pleased that we've had the chance to talk about it because I wanted to give it higher, but I was looking for the reasons. And maybe I might give you the reasons, and then you can give them back to me, and I can go, yeah, sure. So I found it a little bit insipid inside, but then maybe that's a reflection of the insipidness of their lives, you know, like the lack of colour and life that they have. The fact that you can't tell what's happening in the other windows is possibly a good thing because to that person on the phone, those things aren't important. So, you know, you can hear me talking myself up here. And the movement and the busyness and then that complete focus on the phone, not the child, and the lack of love that I'm seeing. I mean, those are all good reasons to take it up into silver, so maybe I was just a little bit, I don't know, poor on my judging.
Dan, you're on 82. Microphone, not coffee.
Sorry. Yeah, I just love that sort of like 70s graphic tennis shirt headband vibe to it, combined with, you know, like the capture that's happening in the middle. You know, I think that, yeah, again, you know, trains, especially those commute trains, not the long haul, but the tunnel trains, you know, they're pretty dull inside. They've got that hideous fluoro lighting, and it's pretty lifeless in there. So I think they've done a good job of that coming across. And just those colours, yeah, on that stripe, you know, they just really make me want to go outside and just smash a racket around and get sweaty and one-armed, yeah. So, but yeah, it's a beautiful construct, and I think that it is, yeah, I don't know, something I'd probably put on a T-shirt, and maybe even the back of the T-shirt.
Thank you, Dan. David, your right of reply.
Yeah, well, I've only heard positive, so this is good. So, yeah, I'd like us to bring this one home and give it one more point and get it across the line. Definitely deserves silver, I think. Yeah. Just for that beautiful capture. God knows how many frames it took to get that one, by the way.
So David's score stays at 84. If all other judges could rescore now, please. Okay, this print now scores 83, silver award. Excellent. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 77. Johan, you're right on 77.
The story in there about peace and love and old motorbikes is, and then vibrancy of the green. It sort of works together as a story, but then the falling off from the warm to the cold doesn't quite work, unfortunately. The narrative needs to be stronger and perhaps even a little bit more obvious for us to take this further. But it's a good capture.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have our next print, please? This print scores 79 with a challenge from David on 85. We've got an 80, 2 77s and a 76.
Yeah, I first looked at this and thought that, wow, what an amazing colour palette, strong composition, really interesting. And then you go in there and you look at the subjects, you know, the little boy in that first little temple looking to his left, and that expression, and then the other child, you find things all the time, but that little child in there with his feet up in that doorway looking into his iPhone, there's just interesting stories happening. Hopefully it's an iPhone, I think it is. And it's all held together with that little square box in the foreground, which is just holding it there, and the telegraph pole on the right-hand side. But it's just, and then you've got this beautiful, simple, desaturated colour palette of brown and just a splash of green. So I thought it was kind of quirky, and yeah, I'd like to see it get across the line, at least into the silver category.
Johan on 76.
The colour palette is great. I feel that less would have been better. And if we're taking out the temple-looking part of the photograph, because it's distorted, the boy in front of it is distracted by stuff going on around him that doesn't seem relative to the story, and you simplify it down to the kid with the feet up and the things that are, the elements that are around that person, I think then it would be a powerful image. But with the distorted temple top and the other kid, it just doesn't hold it for me. Sorry.
David Simmons, you're in the silver range on 80.
Yes, I mean, the colour palette held, and then the little stories. And I'm with Johan here in that distorted temple on the right. Could we have lost that? That's something for the photographer to think about and play with. Certainly, the perspective correction would strengthen the shot. But there was just enough in it with the colour and the fact that you had to go into the shot to look for it that brought me into the silver range.
Thank you, David. David Oliver, your right of reply, please.
Bring it home. Totally agree with all the comments. But I just think it's held together by that square slab bang in the middle that's holding the image and connecting up all those compositions, and it's not cutting it in two. So I'm looking at that really quirky, interesting composition that's working. It's all little triangles in there. And I do get the part about the distortion with the wide angle lens on the little temple on the left. But I just, it's growing on me. The longer it's there, that tonal range that you mentioned is beautiful. And then you get the bonus of those subjects. So maybe we should give it one more point.
Thanks, David. Your score stays at 85. If the rest of the judges could rescore now, please. It was sitting on 79. This print has now scored 81, a silver award. just going to do a quick judges change. Francis, thank you for your time this morning. We're still this morning. Peter, can I welcome you back to the panel, please? And we'll have our next print, please. Okay, we're just holding for a moment as one of our judges had a slip of the fingers before hitting enter. And we just need to reset the scores. Okay, thank you for your patience. This print by majority scores 79 and will go next door for review. I would love a comment, please, from... Oh, David, you're keen to make a comment? Yeah.
Was Have I got? Oh, yes. I scored at 83. And I was probably being a bit timid. When you look at the structure, you look at what the photographers included, those two old women and the gnarled old tree, you know, it tells such a story of the timelessness of another place. So well done to the photographer, and let's hope it gets up into the silver.
Thank you, David. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 81, the silver award. Johan, can you comment on this one, please?
Wonderful layering of arches and different elements through it. I would have liked to see just a slight more crop on the left-hand side, take out that little bit of a grey piece in the middle, and the side of the archway would have simplified the image and made it easier to sit with. Yep.
Thank you, Johan. David, you had something quick to enter?
Thought for the photographer, if you can work on the sharpening of the bricks at the top, because we know they're a real textural, to see if that would help the whole image, but otherwise really beautifully seen.
Thank you, David. And we'll have our next print, please. Thanks, judges. This print scores 87, silver with distinction. With a very quick challenge there from Peter Eastway, who is on 93. You have, what have we got? 86, 88, 84 and 83.
Okay, I guess it's the simplicity and the lack of contrast, the softness that has the appeal for me. It's incredibly simple, we can see that. It's very brave, the use of the strong composition with the implied diagonals right through. But when you get up and you can actually revel in the cloud and the softness behind it. And I think that sometimes when we look at soft, quiet little photographs, maybe we jump over them a little bit too quickly. And so I'm just telling you why I put it into the gold. I found this a really strong image. I love the graphic nature of it. I love the print quality. And I think these have been executed so strongly that it pushed it into the gold award for me.
David Oliver on 83.
Well done, Peter. No, I love the graphics. I love the people. And the little compositions within composition. I just feel from here, I wanted just that little bit more, maybe more of that subject matter coming out of the corner, maybe a different crop, and I'm trying to think about it, and I'm looking at all that space, but I'm agreeing with you. Beautiful cloud, beautiful subtle tones. And I'm going to listen to a few more comments if we're going gold.
David Simmons on 86.
I think the braveness of this, and it's a really fantastic travel story. There's what could be a futuristic ship, a boat, a balloon, taking these people off into we don't know where. And it's beautifully soft, as Peter says. I've probably been a bit on 86, just a little bit timid. The little figures with the hand outstretched, you know, that whole joy of departure. And maybe, as Dave was saying, it leaves you wanting something. Well, maybe that's just the perfect print, like the perfect meal. It leaves you wanting more.
Now, we are talking about gold. Dan, did you have a comment before we move to Johan?
Yeah, I agree with everything. I guess in short, I'm very much with David Oliver on this one. I feel like the little elements of the subject I think are absolute crackers. I just feel that the balance or the crop, it's just not quite dancing for me. Like if I could see a little bit more of the building coming out, then I could potentially be going up a bit further. I still think it is a beautiful, beautiful image. I've got it in a really strong silver. I could probably come up into the silver distinction, yeah, you know, I just, the crop is just sitting it's just sitting a bit awkwardly for me to go there. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Johan on 88.
I had the same problem, and then I started thinking about the precariousness of these tiny little figures as they're about to, well, they could be falling into the abyss if there wasn't some protection there, and there is. And that is, it gives a sense of scale that this thing is monumental. It gives it a sense of movement. And then the delicacy of each of the stories, the person with their hands up over their head who's looking out, and then the couple taking a photograph of each other. You know, each of the people in there is just right. So I think the photographer, I'd like to reward the photographer with more than the measly old 88 I gave them, for capturing this and presenting it to us and making us feel uneasy with their use of space.
Oh, and Peter, your right of reply.
Yeah, it's up everyone's. I don't want to push people into gold if you don't feel comfortable, but I just think it is such a bold framing. We talk about that space. There is a lot of space. It's challenging us. I look at it as a magazine publisher, a magazine designer, book designer. Put the gutter down the middle, and that is just an exquisite double-page spread. I would put gold in one of my books.
Thank you, Peter. Your score remains at 93. If all other judges can rescore now, please. And I believe you have a gold for your book on 90. Congratulations to the photographer. And we'll have our next print, please. This print scores 86, a silver with distinction. And I have two people wanting to challenge. I'm going to go with David Oliver, the two Davids actually, on 92. You do have the other David on 90, as well as an 87 and an 86 and a 77.
You're going to have to work on that 77. Wow. Yeah, just wow. I'm assuming taken through a window to get the foreground with the decoration, probably around Christmas time maybe. It's just got so much. It's just beautiful colour palette all the way through. Then you've got this sort of crack that runs all the way through the 3 pictures of the break in the snow. And then you've got this total distortion from maybe the windows, and you've got this lady walking away in a red dress or a red coat. Just staggeringly beautiful, and I thought I'd be low on 92. I thought, wow, this would be interesting. But yeah, so much happening here. Reds, greens, all the primary colours working, but held together by that superb shot of that single person just walking away in the snow in a dress. That looks like a dress anyway. Really, really, really creative, really interesting and quirky, all those things. So this one deserves discussion.
Mr. Eastway on 77.
Boo, hiss. Wow, that's all I can say. It's interesting, isn't it, how we can go from being in complete disagreement on one level and then being in complete disagreement on the other, David. I struggle with it, I guess, from a tonal, compositional point of view. I quite like the break, so we make a bit of a triptych, so that's okay. I can get by with that. I struggle, though, with that really bright foreground, that white snow that I've got to get over. And then it is busy in the background. And I'm one of the photographers, unfortunately, for this particular entrant, or one of the judges who doesn't get it. And it just does not resonate with me. We're not supposed to be personal in our comments, but I'm just so far different to everybody else. That's all I can put it down to, is different backgrounds and different approaches to viewing photography.
Dan on 87.
Yeah, I again also thought I was going to be out of my own on 87. I was pleasantly surprised to look around and see it was like 90 World. So I mean, the only thing I can do straight away is this nostalgia. You know, a lot of the time you associate travel photography and travel images with the nostalgia. It's with the time in our lives we go back to or we think back on. And as soon as this turned around, I had my first white Christmas this Christmas over in the US, and it just took me straight back there. Like, it was just such the color in the sky, that really, really cold, that really, really cool temperature. Not too cool, not too warm, but it was enough of an abstract piece where it's not figurative, but it's not too non-figurative because of the lights hanging in the windows. So I think they've got such an interesting pull between the two worlds, but at the same time they're also taking me somewhere with literally just the color, just the feeling. I'm going back to something that I felt, and it felt very real. So yeah, that for me deserves very, very close to a gold.
So we are talking about a gold. So Johan, would you like to say anything before David says his? So, yep.
Thank you, Mr. O'Day, for bringing out that word nostalgia, because for you it's nostalgia for the event, but for me it's a nostalgia for old type photography where nothing was ever clear and you couldn't quite work out what was going on because, well, the cameras were so bad. And here the photographer has added elements or included elements that distort the image in such a way that it feels old. The color palette has that blueness to it of cold, but also of an old style of photography. But there's this modern element in the distortion that makes it very contemporary and quite wonderful for that. It's not just a pretty picture of snow, it's an artistic image that has created a feeling of looking back and looking forward. So I really would like to shift my score from an 86 and go somewhere higher.
We've got David Simmons. You're also in gold range at 90.
Yes, look, this is a travel picture, and because of the cleverness and the imagination and the distortion, we don't know where we're going. And sometimes that's the whole beauty of travel. And then it's so delicately rendered, all those little lines, the patterns of what's being shot through, you know, the white of the chords still standing. The technical excellence and the rendering has been beautifully held. So there's white chord against white snow, and it's all clear, and it's not like the old cameras because it is beautifully, beautifully sharp. And then but our figure in the middle, we're drawn right to it. That red just holds you in a world that we've got no idea about, really, whether it's bringing back memories or whether it's inviting us into something we don't know and we're yet to discover. I just have to commend the photographer, and I was a bit timid sitting on 90, I think.
David Oliver, your right of reply.
Yeah, I agree with everything everyone said, and Peter, even you talked it up. So that was great, since you're on 77. But, you know, the skill of 3 captures, I think it's 3 captures. There has to be single captures. So triptych, yeah, 3 captures. So the skill to capture that and put that together, yeah, it's beautiful. And it could be 40s, 50s. It's got that feel, Irving Penn, when he first started shooting colour. I love this. I love the distortion. So let's think about gold.
Thank you, David. Your score remains at 92. If all other judges could rescore now, please. This print by majority now scores 90, gold award. Okay, thanks judges, and we will have our next print, please. This print scores 77. May I have a comment from Johan, please?
The yellow umbrella is very striking in this image. The white line that leads towards it's very striking. But amongst all that striking stuff, the story is missing, and it then becomes a photograph of a yellow umbrella with a white line leading towards it. And I was looking for more of a narrative in this. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have our next print, please? This print scores 78. David, can you comment to the print, please?
On, yeah. Different time of the day, I think, is the thing that stands out most for me, because it's just so sort of flat and monotonal, and the cropping needs to be either loose or tight, whereas at the moment where our eyes are being dragged away into the corners, and yeah, I think timing is the most important thing with this shot. Early morning, I'd say, or late evening.
Great feedback. Thank you, David. Can we have our next print, please? Thank you, judges. This print scores 87, silver with distinction. David, I'm going to go to you again, just because you're slightly under that. If you can comment to the print, please.
Yeah, look, really enjoyed this. There must be about 60 pictures here, and each one of them is superb. Yeah, it's hard to say anything more because it's sort of, yeah, you
Mr.
Yeah,
Eastway.
I react against these images where we've just got repetition, because it's a simple graphic technique that gets judges time and time again. But I came up there and every single one of those photos is beautifully executed, and that for me is what took it up into the gold, silver with distinction range. I think that was really well done. Thank you. Is that what you meant to say, David?
And Dan would like to add to it, so hey, really succinct and quick.
Yeah, sorry. And the reason I didn't get into gold, I put on 89, was just, you know, there was this consistency continually just going from 1, 2, 3 rows down. And then at the very bottom, I know that we have like the bike on the right-hand side and the dog on the left. I just didn't quite, the imbalance wasn't quite there. If the bike was 3 rows up, maybe, just so the balance was a little bit weighted.
Yep, excellent feedback. Thank you. And we're going to do a quick judges change. You've thrown me by everyone wanting to talk on that one. Unfortunately not. Sorry, David. Oh. David, thank you for your time on the panel. You have 3 minutes to be back in the room, please. Ian, welcome to the panel. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 82, a silver award. And Johan is going to challenge on 87. You have an 83, 2 82s, and a 77.
Oh, we're so close. Okay. This is not one of those pretty travel photographs. It's a story that is a challenge. The subject is challenging the viewer. You know, why are you looking at me? The content of the image is, you know, this is lovely fluffy dog in front of the barbed wire. The child is eating. I'm not sure what's in the other hand. I'm assuming it's a wrapping from the eating, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to what I'm saying, sorry. And then there's life behind the barbed wire. And it's all about the provocation, the challenge, the what are you looking at? This is my life, feeling of it. And the photographer has successfully presented that to us. It's not a pretty photo. It's very sad. I gave it an 87.
Ian, you're on 82.
Yeah, look, I'm enjoying this image. but I feel exactly what you feel too, and I perhaps underscored it a little bit. It wasn't until I went up and had a look at the second, look at it for the second time. You know, this child sort of been held in by this razor wire. It sort of conjures up all these thoughts of what's environments this child being brought up in that they have to protect the children behind razor wire. And I think it tells a story. It's not your regular travel story. I think it's actually almost social commentary in that regard. And in reflection, I think I've actually underscored it, and I'm going to come up.
David Simmons on 83.
Yes, I don't know whether the little girl's on the inside or the outside of the wire, but wherever she lives, and it's not part of her world is not a pretty place, so it's not your normal travel. The defiant look on her face, I think, is what held me, and maybe I was a bit, tentative on only 83. So, happy to hear argument. The look on her face, and even the look on the dog. Even the dog looks a bit like, what are you doing looking at me? So the photographer's definitely seen something quite special.
Johan, your right of reply.
What I would like to ask you, my fellow judges, is that you feel that emotional content in this image and let that reflect in your scores.
So Johan's score stays at 87. Could all other judges rescore, please? Print now scores 85, silver with distinction. Good work, team. And we'll have our next print, please. Ian, can I get you to move over one seat, please? Thank you. Actually, yeah, we'll just score this print and then I'll get you to move over one because you've entered it already. This print has scored 80, a silver award. David, you're just under. What could the photographer have done to improve?
For me, the architecture in the background is a really strong feature, and I think architecture like this, traditional architecture, really demands respect. This building needs to be shot straight on and not skewed from my point of view, and then wait for the counterpoint of the life, the modern life, the young people moving through it. So that's what I would encourage the photographer to have done, or even now, still just with perspective, let's get the building which pulls your eye into a proper architectural context.
Thank you, David. Now, Francis, I'm going to keep you there. Thank you, Peter, for your time on the panel, but I will get you and Ian to change seats. Yep. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 79 and will go next door for review at the end of the category. Can I have a comment, please, from Ian?
Enjoying this image. I love the architectural aspect of it, that straight one-point perspective looking straight down the aisle of the church. Why I just kept it out of silver range is there's a figure at the end of the church that I don't think is really adding to it. Either get more out of that person there, make what that person's doing a little more obvious, or wait till they're gone completely, because I don't really think they're adding much to the image. But beautifully framed, cropped, presented, printed, but just not quite there for that reason for me.
Thank you, Ian. And next print, please. Sorry, David. This print has scored 87, a silver with distinction, with a challenge from Dan O'Day on 92. Dan, you've got an 87, 86, 85 and 83 to work with.
Cool. Well, I've got no idea what I'm going to say yet, so I'm just going to start talking. Yeah, words. So for me, it's just ridiculously beautiful from back here. I just love the management. I mean, black and white is so hard to manage in print. And I can only imagine the original capture of this file to convert this to black and white and to treat it the way they've done would have been an extremely difficult gig, and someone that really knows what they're doing. The detail is also outstanding. I mean, we've got just enough detail in the subjects in the foreground, but then you sort of see they're not too dropped off in the back with the trees and the bridge. It definitely takes me into a story. It takes me somewhere else, into another place, far away from these fluorescent lights in this stadium thing that we're in. And I just feel that the overall management of the images as it is, but then also the eye that they've used from, say, more of an artistic standpoint is, oh man, it's ticking all the boxes for me, I feel like it's just got just enough of contemporary thought and just enough craftsmanship to present something very, very special.
Johan on 83.
I really wanted to love this image as much as you did. However, I felt that it drifted off too much on the sides, and I personally wanted to crop it square. However, the space does give it serenity, but please talk to me about the advantages of not cropping it.
Ian?
I'm actually loving this the more I look at it. If anyone knows me, they know I'm a fan of the square crop. All right, I do a lot of my work square, but I actually like this the way it is. It gives it a flow that we would lose with that. It gives it a sense of space. But what I'm picking up now, looking at it now, is this hasn't happened by accident. This photographer has waited for this moment. And I see this boat almost as an inverted mirror image of the structure behind, just perfectly lined up as a doubling up of the reflection. And that really works for me. And I think it needs that flow from left to right. They're moving, they're travelling. Cutting it off square would ruin that. I think it's it's been underdone by me for sure, so I'll be coming up.
David, you're on 85.
Yes, and I'm probably being a bit timid there. One of the things that's really striking me is the absolute purity of the black and white in our figures in a warm tone, a warmer tone, black and white through the background and the rest of the building, which is a real skill in the printing and the handling. And there's tension in the faces of those two, the two boatmen. So I think it needs another look, and it's definitely worth a higher score from me.
And we are talking a gold, so let's hear from Frances as well, please.
Yes, just looking at it again, I will definitely go up. It's in every aspect beautiful. It's beautifully presented, printed. We've talked about the technical points. The crop, I think it needs that space on the left because every single element in that image is important. By putting it in a square format, we would crop some out, and I would not be losing any of the elements because it's part of the environment, it's part of these fishermen, and it connects them with their environment they're working in and where they probably live on a daily basis.
And Dan, your right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, team. That was an awesome chat. I mean, you know, I would also consider, as far as cropping it goes, you know, I cropped it in my head there for a little bit. I feel like if I was going to crop it anywhere, it'd be make it even wider, or to crop it into more 16:9 format or something. You know, I really feel like having that context, having them in the middle, I think tightening the environment wouldn't help the frame very much at all. The other thing I was going to say is even if I drop the guys in the boat out of it, I mean, I'd probably look at it as a gold regardless above that. So, you know, this is it was a very gutsy move. I feel like it was a gutsy move to capture it and then to do such a strong black and white with this. But it's just been handled perfectly, and it's such a pleasure to look at. It's so easy to look at. It's so easy to enjoy. And I got those little butterfly things when it turned around your stomach. You know, you get a bit anxious, like when you're opening a bill, but in a good way. So what I would like you guys to do is to come up to gold, please.
Thank you, Dan. Your score stays on 92. If everyone else can, please rescore. This print now scores 91, gold award. And sorry for hesitating, Ian. I just had a mind blank for a moment. Looked at you and thought your name was Fred and got it all back on track, so we're good. Just to let you know, the alternate photographic process is being judged at the moment over in the open area, which is the far corner, if anyone wanted to go and have a look at that. Except for our judges on the panel, perhaps. And it is being live streamed as well for the live stream audience to be able to check out that. I believe it's there as room 6. We'll have our next print, please. This print has scored 76. I'll have a comment from Johan, please.
Of interesting elements in this image. The images looking at the subject and the subject looking at the images. However, I feel there's a letdown in the printing quality, and it's just gone a little bit muddy and a bit bright where it shouldn't be bright. And it would be nice to see that addressed and then worked up a little bit, and I think then it could be quite a good image. And maybe a bit of thought to cropping, take out the 3 lights at the top perhaps because they're a distraction and take you away from what you're supposed to be looking at. But yeah, yep, thank you.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 84, silver award with a very quick challenge from Johan on 92. You have two 83s, an 82 and an 81 to work with.
We could easily condemn an image like this for the printing, but the printing is so appropriate to the content. It's a reflection of a time gone by. There's human elements, there's modern human elements, and then there's very old elements like the old cacti, and then there's the infestation of pigeons, which for some reason find that front telegraph pole very attractive. And it draws us into there, and then suddenly we notice there's a road going off to the side, and we get taken down there, and then we notice there's another way off the other side, and then we see the building behind it. So it's quite a complicated image that it's quite very strong without the need for dark blacks and more contrast. And for me, it was very successful. I gave it a 92, which is a sign of success, yes.
Dan, you're on 81.
Yeah, you know, I'm definitely open to hearing. I mean, I definitely got the what's that show vibe? You know, with it deals with the meth, the crystal meth. Breaking Bad vibe straight away. I thought it was just a little bit too washed out, yeah. I thought that the treatment was a bit too intense for my liking. I don't need it to be true to colour. I just felt like it was just a bit too intense. But hey, I think this, because the content, I think what's inside the image is actually fabulous. But I just felt like it was just, overworked in the processing department. That was why I gave it a silver and not a silver distinction. But that's it from me for now. I think it's got some really great things in it. And thank you for listening, everyone.
Ian Vanderwald.
I'm with Dan on this one. I actually really enjoy this image. I love this style of work. I don't know where it is, like Midwest America or something, but it reminds me of Richard Misrak, who's a very favourite photographer of mine, does this sort of work. I like this desaturated feeling, but I think this has been overcooked. I think it's been printed well, but you can only print what the file contains, and we often make the comment about print quality, but it's the file that you print that gives it that. So I actually think it's been printed well. I just think that we've opened the shadows way too far. We've lost reality completely. It's become wishy-washy, and I don't like that. But I love the scene. I actually encourage the photographer to really continue on with this treatment, but just tone it down a little bit, you know, like bring a little bit more reality back. So it's so we've got a bit more blue in the sky and a little bit more shadow. Not over the top. I'm not talking about crunching this thing up and making it really crunchy. Sticking with that theme, but just giving us a little bit more than what we've got.
Johan, your right of reply, please.
If the image had been treated in a way that we expected, then it would be a really good image of what it is. What the photographer has done for me is to treat it in a way that I wasn't expecting and given me the gift of making me view it longer and harder because it's not what I was expecting, and created an artistic render of their view of something. And I'm rewarding the photographer for making me look in a different way, making me see something in a different way. I gave it a 92. Thank you.
Johan, your score stays at 92. Can all other judges rescore now, please? This print now scores 86, a silver with a distinction. I'll do a quick judges change, please. Thank you, Ian, again. And David Oliver, can I get you to jump on the panel for me, please? Try not to take the TV with you, Ian. Other people are looking at it. Okay, and we'll have our next print, please. This print has scored 84, a silver award. With a challenge from David Simmons on 93. Sorry, David, you've got 2 84s, an 82 and a 78.
A little bit of work to do. I am really taken by this print. What I love about is the way that the photographers rendered a scene you might expect to see typically in colour, and the treatment. It's a really gritty. You can feel, I don't know what the river is, maybe it's the Colorado, one of those big old rivers in the US, but it has cut its way through the landscape, and every little rock and every layer is sharp. You know, if you touched it, you'd feel like you'd scrape your hands, and then you've got a little bit of delicate sky, and you come up and you hit that ceiling of darker cloud, and it pushes you back into the ravine. I think this is a really, really superb and beautiful image. Love to see it bigger as something you could just walk right into. So I encourage my fellow judges just to really get in and feel it. The texture in there, the treatment of the rocks, and the sharpening has been done to the point where really, you know, it is rock and well-worn rock that you're looking at. So I encourage you to have another look, please.
Dan, you're on 78.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it, definitely. What held me back from going up, I guess? I just felt it a little bit heavy-handed in general. I felt that the sharpness was a little bit too much. I feel like it was, the first thing I'm noticing is the sharpening and less the environment. So I feel like I was being pulled in the wrong direction, technically, by the photographer. Yeah, which is a bummer. I mean, I think it's a beautiful frame. I think the other thing that was sort of really hard for me, that the sky was detracting too much from the actual landscape itself. I think that with that big dark patches going through was also not ideal. It's not the photographer's fault, but I really didn't enjoy that Airstream plane thing going through the top. And then on the left and right-hand side, again, I don't know whether it's a vignetting going on or whether it's some burning going on in post, but I just found it a little bit... it just really felt like it's gone through the computer machine, do you know? And that's the thing that held me from going up. Yeah.
Johan, you're on 84.
What's the current score?
The current score is 84.
Okay, so wouldn't it be good if we could work out what this is? I gave it 84 because, and I would have given it higher except for the sky. And then I saw the vapor trail and I thought, well, that's a shame, but then that might be the story. And if it's the story, then maybe that's why the sky is treated so brutally, so that you're drawn up there and you have to look at it. And then that's shame on man for this landscape. So I'm just challenging my fellow judge here to tell me which way I need to go in an eloquent way. Thank you.
Francis, you are also on 84.
Yes, just I agree with everything that's been said so far. I just also was looking for a bit of a stronger narrative. I think it's a beautifully crafted print of a absolutely stunning landscape. But yeah, I look for a little bit more to go higher. I would look for a bit more of a narrative. It tells us more about a story about the place.
David, your right of reply.
Thank you, fellow judges. And I hadn't seen the vapor trail, so that even adds to the image for me, because we have what looks and feels like a really ancient land. You know, that is the story, the rocks. This place has been eroded for centuries and centuries, and that vapor trail then just makes you aware of the modern world, which is a long way from this. So I think there is a narrative. And Dan, I take your point. I hesitated around the sharpening myself, and then I thought, no, this is a really harsh, rocky, rough place. You know, it's been hewn out of the landscape over millennia, and I thought the use of the sharpening really gave me that texture, and that's part of the narrative that maybe we're looking for, that this is old and hard. This is Badlands, you know, but beautifully, beautifully rendered. So I encourage you, please, to come up and at least award this with, you know, if not a gold, a silver distinction.
Thank you, David. Your score stays at 93. If all other judges could rescore now, please. The score was at 84. The print now scores 86, which is silver with distinction. We'll have our next print, please. We are judging the 2019 AIPP Australian Professional Photography Awards travel category, sponsored by Camera Electronic. So make sure you go and visit them today. Thank you, judges. This print scores 88, a silver with distinction. With David on 93. Challenging that one, David, you've got an 88, 2 87s and an 83.
Hello. Okay. I mean, I really like the graphic composure of this, the lines, the streak of colour, the offset of including just the feet of the photographer or the viewer looking down on this fast-moving track. You've got such stillness, you've got movement, you've got different textures and colour. I mean, take this out of any context. You know, it's a Jeffrey Smart just needs a bit of bright pink in it to qualify. But other than that, it's lovely, lovely graphic. And you know, I think it's worth that. It is worth that bit more. So I encourage my fellow judges to look hard and just really enjoy the tension and symmetry there.
Johan, you're on 83.
Sometimes simple can be so beguiling, and it leads you into a sense of comfort that makes you score it low when really you should be scoring it high.
Francis, you're on 87.
Yes, and yeah, I'm glad you brought that all up. And I think I wasn't. Yeah, absolutely. I think the graphics are stunning. The story is amazing. I'm still trying to work it out. And I guess I just wasn't brave enough to go up there in the first place.
Dan, you're also on 87.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it sits in 87. I love it. I don't think it's a gold personally, but I think that it's really close to a gold. I think the colours are, like what you said, David, I agree with you, mate. The colours are beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's the artist that's standing above and they're capturing the train going underneath them. And they've just seen a really great opportunity, or they've thought of a really great opportunity and come and captured it. So, you know, massive congrats to them. I'm putting this as a high silver distinction. If I judge again, I might go to 89. Struggling to get over into the G factor, but but I really do like it. Really high silver distinction.
David, you're on 88.
I was really struggling to work it out, so thanks, Dan. Taken from a gantry above, looking down on the train, because I was trying to work out the movement. Absolutely brilliant, great idea. Just well seen, well captured, well thought through. And then you've got the graphics, and then the colour palette. So it's very, very strong. And yeah, I wimped out a bit at 88, so I'm definitely coming up to gold on this. You know, just for that creative, you know, capture.
David, your right of reply.
The other part is the narrative, and you feel like yelling out, "Don't jump." You know, you almost have to think, oh, there is glass between him and the tracks. And the shoes are so neat and so polished. This has been really conceived, you know, you didn't just turn up in your walking boots in a travel and shoot this. You thought about it. So you have a whole challenge to the imagination just in the feet and the shoes being included. and then all the other things. So I really just urge my fellow judges to reward this creativity, this thought that's gone into this, and the beautiful execution. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Your score remains on 93. Can all other judges rescore, please? This print has scored 91, Gold Award. Thank you, judges. Nice work. We'll have a quick judges change. We have the lovely Annie Payne joining us. David Simmons, I'll give you a break for a while. You've been on for a very long time. And when we're all settled, we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. By a majority, this print scores 84, which is a silver award. And it will go next door for review at the end of the category. Have a discussion. Well, you can make comment on it, but we can't challenge it. So if you can make that fit into those parameters, you can grab the microphone.
I just wanted to, does any other judge in here think they know exactly what it is? Yeah. Yeah. It's not, you don't think it's the inside of Notre Dame after the fire? Yeah. I was just wondering if it's inside Notre Dame.
While you've got the microphone, though, and wondering, would you like to make a comment to the print?
Other than that?
Other than that, yeah.
I would just like
feedback
to,
for the
I think it's
photographer.
actually, well, feedback for the photographer, I'd just like to say that I think it's a wonderful print. I love that I actually love that it's messy. I love that it's dirty. I love that it's damaged. I love that it's the inside of a cathedral, whether it is Notre Dame or not, or a church. I love that it's got cool at the bottom and warm at the top. So I gave it 88. I think it's a fantastic print. So good work.
And we'll see it in the next room at the end of the category. All right, we'll have our next print, please. This print has scored 88, which is a silver with distinction. And, two of you are jumping. David will challenge this one on 93. You are working with a 92, 88, 86 and 82.
Oh, wow, how lucky are we? This is just staggeringly beautiful. It's amazing. Composition is beautiful. To capture mackerel and keep all the detail there and yet give us this sort of amazing graphic is just so well seen. And I looked at it and I'm thinking, the vignette on the left-hand side, it's not a vignette, it's the edge of the box. It was just so clever. You've got all these really, really old barnacles on the bottom of this fish tray. It's such a simple, well-seen, captured picture. Yet you've got this amazing composition. You know, could you imagine that really, really big hanging in a gallery? Yeah, you could. And well, it just blew me away. I think we need to, I'd like to hear some more discussion on this because I really want to see this go a lot higher.
We can do that for you. Dan on 82.
Yeah, shit, thanks. Have to say this one caught me a little bit off guard. Not the print, I mean so anyway, what I would like to say officially is that I do enjoy the print very much. I think the detail in the fish is amazing. I love the balance. I'm definitely king of Struggle Street when it comes to getting it up towards where you guys are at. I'd have to hear a little bit more, I reckon. But I mean, look, I love the balance. I think it's fantastic. I'm definitely certain that it's an award image. But I'm having a toughie getting it up into the big nines.
And to clarify, when I said we can do that for you, I meant more discussion because we don't know where this is going. So let's have some more discussion. Anna, you're on 86.
Yeah, I don't disagree that it's gorgeous, and I love the way that it's been presented as well in the choice of texture and the way it's been printed. It's really beautiful, and I love the realness of that background being in the box as well. So you've got that kind of line drawing kind of feel about it, but also the realness of it as well. So yeah, I'm listening.
And because we are talking about a gold and we do have a couple in gold, let's hear from everyone. So Frances, you're on 88.
Yes, absolutely agree with everything. The more I look at it, the more actually it starts growing on me. It is the that painterly look that the photographer has created with it is absolutely stunning. And as an impression of a travel scene, I think it's absolutely fabulous how this represents. Even looking a little bit further from back here, I can nearly see a little bit of a landscape with some land and some ocean there on the left-hand side in that blue corner, which kind of goes well with the fish too. So there's really, every time I go, I can see more in it.
Johan, you're also in gold with 92.
How clever. The crackling in the container is reflected in the scarring on the fish, which is just a small thing, but it's a powerful thing. The ability to lose detail in the whites was so possible, but it never happened. The photographer has controlled the image in a wonderful way, has framed it beautifully, and then presented us with a wonderful piece of pop art that says something about travel that I really wouldn't have thought about myself. So for originality, I would like to reward the photographer. For the artistic nature, I'd like to reward the photographer. For the control, I'd like to reward the photographer. So if you're looking for any reasons, Dan, just pick one of those or all of them. And it's just quite splendid. And it's not deep and meaningful, but it's quite splendid. So I've given it a 92, and you know, maybe I could go up.
Thank you, Johan. David, your right of reply.
Thanks, Annie. You pointed out the lines and in the fish, and the texture and the lines in the fish tank. I think it's a fish tank because there's a drain hole in that top left-hand corner. I think about the thousands and thousands of people at fish markets that have walked past that scene and haven't seen it, and then a photographer comes along and sees that and thinks, wow, yeah, I've got something here. Captures it and presents it to us And I think, wow, we are the lucky ones, being able to judge something so unique, so different, haven't seen it before. All those things, all those elements. It's gold.
Thank you, David. Your score remains at 93. If all other judges could rescore now, please. The print now scores 91, Gold Award. Thank you, judges. Great to chat, great discussion, great debate. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores by majority 79. With a quick challenge from Dan O'Day on 87. Dan, you've got 478s. Take it away, Sam.
You know, I've had a long life, you know, and I spent a bit of time in some hotel rooms, as I'm sure everyone in this room has. There is the classic shoot out the window into another person's hotel room in a kind of creepy and/or artistic and/or secret investigator kind of way. But I feel like this is first of all, the graphic was beautifully seen. I think it's handled wonderfully, and you know, this is just awesome luck that you get this person in the window every now and doing something fantastic. This old lady up in this corner doing her thing. It's just the perfect balance of a little bit of something going on that is turning something that we see pretty regularly into something that I'm really enjoying as a strong graphic. I put it up into the silver distinction because I feel like that it's you know, if I was looking at it in architecture, I was looking at any of those other categories as well, I'd be super impressed. But I feel like here in travel, that view from a hotel room is very much something that I'm sure we're all very familiar with. Looking across, seeing this happening, looking at the blue, looking at the white. It's not too white, it's not too blue. It's a very beautiful balance. So it's handled wonderfully. It's printed wonderfully. And I just think as a graphic, I love bouncing around it.
Cool. Penny, that's not your name. Any Payne.
Yes, I gave this 78, as did a few others. To me, I felt like the reason I gave it that score was because it's a strong professional travel image. I would expect a professional travel photographer to take an image like this. The element of the woman in the window definitely does bring something else to it. However, I didn't really straight away understand. I don't understand what she's doing, or she's not kind of strong enough to give me that element to take it into that next level.
Thank you, Annie. David?
I did wimp out a bit here because I'd looked at this and I'm thinking, yeah, I like this. And I went sort of 78 and sat on the fence. So I'm happy to come up into silver because the longer it sits there, I think the more reasons it's given me to score it into that silver range. But there was an overall flatness that I struggled with initially. But then the more it sits there, you get past that and then you start looking into that image and all those sort of the dirty walls and the grungy sort of courtyard, and there's no light going into that courtyard, and I'm talking myself up here. And I think that's what's grabbing me, is that sort of courtyard that doesn't get the light. She hasn't got any light on her, and she's looking out into this empty space, and I think I'm going up to silver.
Thank you, David. Dan, your right of reply.
Yeah, I've been enjoying sort of, rewarding abstraction in travel, this year. And the thing is, this is definitely another example. Let's call it cubism, shall we, people? So we've spoken about pop art. Let's call this one cubism. We've got lots of graphics. We've got lots of blocks. What I do enjoy about what the photographer has done here is they haven't actually gone to any extra work to try and dodge up something, to try and make the subject in the window stand out. They're very comfortable knowing, it's just as important to know what to leave out than to put in. And so I feel like they haven't tried to overdo this image. It's very, very classily handled. And I think that it's not so flat that I'm sitting there thinking to myself, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I can see the lines, I can see how it's working, and I can see exactly what the photographer has intended to do. I just think it's in its simplicity and in its graphic nature, I find it very hard to understand why it wouldn't sit in at least an award category. Because I don't believe this is actually a shot that anyone could just take out the window. I don't believe that for a second. Or they could take it, but they might not know they've taken it and pick something else to deliver. So it's also, props to them for being able to curate their folio and understanding what I think is a strong image.
So Dan, your score stays at 87. If everyone else can please rescore now. This print now scores 82, a silver award. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 84, silver award. Sorry, I couldn't see you there. Dan is challenging. Dan's on 92. You're working with an 88, 82, 81, and a 79.
Straight up, I mean, this is... I just love the balance of the... there's a name for it when you balance the blue and orange, the cool and warm. They use it in films. Cool and warm thing. They've done it's called the cool and warm. Yeah. So this is, I think, handled wonderfully in that way. I mean, those yellows, those oranges, they're so beautiful. And the cool isn't too cool. I mean, it's not like they've gone out of their way to create, to really try and spell it out and lay it out for us. It's just so subtle. I think that was the initial thing that grabbed me straight away. So when I was looking closer at the image, if I look at the mountains in the background, then I look at the snow on top of the of the property, yeah, the piece of real estate. It's just the detail is there, but it's not done in such a sharp or over-sharpened way or over-treated way. It looks really, really, really believable. So again, I think when we're processing or when someone's working on an image like this, to be able to hold back or restrain from going too hardcore on the HDR or too hardcore on grain or sharpening or filtering is a real skill. And I feel like this is, there's so many other angles they could have taken for this picture, but I feel like this one is just sitting so beautifully. A really nice little, pinprick of what us little humans are doing to some of these places, but I think we kind of nailed it in this one. I think it's a really beautiful little piece. So I might just sort of back up for a bit and let everyone have a chat and see if I can come up with something else at the end.
Annie, you're on 79.
Sorry, Dan. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. I feel like the location is amazing. but I feel like the photographer hasn't really presented me with anything that's taking me to another level. So I, don't want to be the bad guy here, but I feel like the choice of angle and the way that it's being cropped and the composition with where the line of the mountain is through the middle of the frame isn't doing it for me.
Johan on 81.
I feel that the photographer has missed the opportunity without knowing the form of the land or anything like that, but another type of lighting, another time of day would have brought out the content of the image, would have brought out the thing that we're looking at. It does contrast beautifully with the orange and the blue, but it's not singing at me, and it's not singing a gold song. It's singing perhaps a low silver song. Yeah.
David Oliver, you're on 88.
Oh, yeah, and I was tossing up 88, 92, 88, 92. The spiral isn't quite straight, and that was the thing that dragged me. And I'm sort of beating myself up over this one because do I take all those marks off because it's not quite straight? Is it presented like that by the photographer to, purposely make it sort of offset? I'm not too sure, but, looking at this image, it's definitely an image that you want to see. You want to see that spot. You want to be taken to that spot, and that photographer's taken us there. Lighting is beautiful. I love that sort of soft, subtle light where there's not too many strong shadows. It's very subtle because it's working then with the sky, and I love the sky that's reflecting back down into the snow. So still wrestling with it. Still sort of haven't made my mind up yet, but I really do think it's right there.
Dan, back to you for your right of reply, please.
Yeah, okay. So, I don't know. I mean, even if we were to take the building out of it and just look at it as a bunch of colours and shapes, I think for this one especially, I mean, it's one of those images where there's just, I think there's been so much control shown in this image by the photographer, and I don't think that's something I'm not saying that we should necessarily go and give them a gold for showing control, but I feel like from the moment that this has been captured to the way that it's been treated, I mean, those yellows, those warm elements in that image are so beautifully handled. And just as a graphic, let's just pretend it's not a building. I mean, just as a graphic, I really, really, really love it. That little guide ray that's coming in from the top and just kissing the top of the building, I think it's really beautiful. I don't know. I don't even know if another time of day. I really think that. I don't know if I'd have to see it. I don't know that I'd even necessarily like it. As for the spiral thing, I don't know. I think it might be straight, but because that's why I touched the screen. Then I think maybe it could be the paper. But I mean, it really does take me somewhere else. I mean, it really, really, really does. You put a Wes Anderson font over the top of that, and just drop his next film, and I just feel like it's there. So. Yeah, I know. I believe it's a gold. I hope that at least maybe one or two more of you do.
Thank you, Dan. Your score remains at 92. If all other judges can rescore now, please. It's currently sitting on 84. The print now scores 87, silver with distinction. Can I do a quick judges change, please? Thank you, Francis. I'll get you to jump off the panel, and we'll have Peter Eastway on, please. There is a lunch break in about, not to be exact, but 13 minutes. Well, it's now 12 minutes and 47 seconds. Okay. Okay, and we'll have our next print, please. Okay. Thanks, judges. This print scores 78. If I can have a comment, please, from Mr. Eastway so that I can get you to behave.
Great use of light there. There's a lot of feeling and emotion floating around, or feeling and atmosphere to be better described. I think, though, that maybe it's just a matter of getting the gesture right. So the actual figure is a little bit static, and maybe just a slightly different posture or action, or just looking at the timing might give it a little bit more of integrity, a little bit more of a contemporary feeling to it. Might make it look better.
Thanks, Peter. And we'll have our next print, please. And again, we're judging the 2019 AIPP Australian Professional Photography Awards travel category, sponsored by our friends at Camera Electronic. This print scores 87, which is a silver with distinction. And it's being challenged. I actually get to pick. So we've got both Annie and Johan on 92. And Johan, I'll accept your challenge. Oh, sorry, Johan, you've got a 92, two 86s and a 79.
What a lost opportunity this shows us. This poor man's on holiday somewhere and he's not seeing the world around him. That poor traveller who is so involved with this other world, which is internal. And how beautifully framed against this stunning architecture. And then there's two little people off in the distance who know what they should be doing as travellers, and they're looking and observing the structure. And so our eye is brought around the image. We start with the obvious, and this man, he's walking around in a cloud, a cloud of I'm on my phone. And then in the background where it's clear, they're looking at what they should be seeing. I mean, there's a big metaphor there. It's just so big, it's gold. Yeah, that's what I see.
Peter, you're on 79.
Yeah, Hannah, I love the way that you have brought a story to the photograph, and I get that. I saw it, and I scored 79 because I'm just so distressed that the print quality or the image quality isn't quite there. For me, the tonal mapping in this, if we were to lighten and darken certain areas, the photographer could really direct our eye, because the juxtaposition of the subjects is fantastic. The mist, everything that you said is 100%. It's execution, and I really encourage the photographer to go back, look at the file, re-engineer it, and I think then they do have a gold award. At the moment, I just don't quite see it.
I'll go to David Oliver, please, on 86.
Yeah, I possibly struggle to get it to gold. I think, what's it scored? 87. 87. Simply because the shadows just seem to be in the wrong spot. Like that bottom left-hand corner there, it just worries me. I love where his placement is and the shadow falling down into the corner, but you've got two elements of shadow that just the top right and the bottom left in that corner, and it takes your eye away from this sort of high key beautiful image, which would, I think for me, would need not to be lightened to take it up into that gold category. And that's where I'm struggling with the blacks on the right and the bottom left, because I just love the fact that he's in that mist and the two people looking down. Obviously, the story's strong, but it's just a technical thing, I think, for me with the blacks. But hey, I scored it 86. So.
Dan, I'd like to hear from you on 86 as well, please.
Yeah, I mean, everything's been said as far as from where I'm coming from. I enjoyed and I saw everything that we were speaking about before, and also from the toning. I think the only thing for me, I mean, I gave it 86 as well. I could go to 88. I'm comfortable going very high silver distinction on this one. I think the narrative is obvious, and I think it's really nicely captured. Yeah, I did find it just a little bit dry and a little bit flat as far as an actual print goes. So that's what probably held me back a little bit. But I'm pretty comfy sitting in the silver distinction.
Thanks, Dan. Annie, you're in gold as well on 92.
Yeah, I love to have the discussion about it. There's so many elements to this image and so many layers going on in here. And what I really love about it as well is that it's a very classic kind of old school composition, very 60s Cartier-Bresson kind of feel, and yet it's got this really modern element of this today man. And that's what really brings it up into gold for me, because it's adding that extra element. It's adding some humour as well, and you know, really he's such an interesting character, the overweight kind of tourist with the Hawaiian shorts and the looking on the phone, and you know, so there's a lot of extra layer with that brings it way beyond just the amazing composition and lighting as well.
Thanks, Annie. Your right of reply, please, Johan.
I love right of reply. So I think the photographer has restrained themselves from putting their anger or frustration into the image by overprinting, by overdarkening, by overemphasizing, and by being in the image and their technique. I very much appreciate Annie's comment about the Cartier-Bresson feel to it. You know, you look at those images and there are imperfections in them. The shadow falling off the side of the image for me is a distraction, and that's the point. He is the distraction, his phone is the distraction, and then we are drawn to the distraction of what he's doing. And then the one other thing is the couple at the top, the couple who are doing what they're told, or what they should be doing as tourists. They are under a lamp. So, I mean, if we were going to get highly metaphorical, we could say that the lamp was part of the illumination, even though I could go on, and I won't. But for me, it's a stunning image. It's not overdone. It's lovely. It's got a fantastic balance with a little bit of a tip towards the bottom corner, because that's where we're supposed to be, and that's where we're supposed to rest our frustrations. I gave it a 92. Thank you, Annie. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Your score remains at 92. If all other judges could rescore now, please. Peter, can you just double check that went through, please? There we are. By majority, this print scores 90, Gold Award. Excellent discussion. And when you're all settled again, we'll have our next print, please. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. By majority, this print scores 89, silver with distinction. Okay, two eager beavers. Nah, I wouldn't be so keen. Peter Eastway is on 97. So I will take the challenge from Peter. So Peter, you're on 97. You're working with a 95, two 88s, and an 83.
I'm going to buy a lottery ticket because I scored a gold distinction just like David Oliver. I'm going to be nearly as good as him one day. It's interesting because we've heard a few references to Cartier-Bresson in the travel category, which is quite appropriate. And this really took me back as a modern-day Cartier-Bresson, the shot looking down the stairs in Montparnasse or wherever it is. That's actually not in the right part of Paris. But anyway, by the by. I think we can all agree that the print quality, the execution is just superb. You get in there and there's, for those who are in the audience and can't get up close, there's just this, the holding of detail throughout is just perfect. We look at the composition, it's very simple. There's not a lot going in there, but there's a lot going on. There's all the detail, the texture. The eye is just led perfectly down the stairs to the guy on the bike who to me looks like he should be fined for reading his iPhone while he's riding along, and he'll get into trouble for that. Put it all together and it's just so sublimely simple and elegant. It just whacks me in the head, and I went gold with distinction. I think this is a glorious image, and I encourage my other judges to consider it. David, what would you like to say?
Annie, you're on 83.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I don't like to be the bad guy. I agree with you that the composition is perfect, beautiful. I gave it a solid silver. The reason I didn't go higher than that is that I find the subject, the person, the human element to be unbelievable, as in that it's been placed there, it doesn't feel like a real moment, and so therefore that's what stopped me from going any higher than I did. And I also felt like that subject was a little over-sharpened. It looks like a little object placed there, so that's where I'm at.
So just in the travel category, the images are found as they are. Dan, we'll go with you on 88.
Okay. Yeah, I think for me, it's for me to consider. I've given it an 88, so I think again solid silver distinction for sure. For me, it sort of dances on the barrier of we're going to either go abstract, surreal travel, or we're going to go real travel, really beautifully handled. Again, the problem I had mostly with it is the bike. Now, I understand that it has to be captured and that it's there and it's real time, so that's all good. But I do feel like it does have probably a slightly over-illustrative feel for me. And that's just my personal taste, and that's why I can't go up. It just feels too processed. It's a real moment that I feel like's been too processed, as opposed to it's a moment that's been processed to be a little bit more abstract. So I love it. I mean, I've given it 88. I'll give it 99. Yeah, I know. I might need a little something extra to go up to the G-Town, but not saying I won't. Not saying I won't.
Johan, you're also on 88.
I'm not sure if I can add anything to the argument. I agree with my fellow judges. Yeah.
Yep, that's fair. Oh, Mr. Oliver, I know you're wanting to say something. I would love to hear from you on 95, please.
It's not on. Yeah. So many things have been said about this image that are positive. And it's such a simple picture. It is a homage to all those photographers that photographed a scene like this with a bike going through. But this is done in today's time with this modern building, with strong composition, subtle tones. And obviously the photographers waited for a bike to go through, but that is a real bike going through there. I don't think you can drop pictures in travel. So this is real, and take the bike out and it's still a strong image. It's a great composition. It's well found, but to get the bike, that's the bonus. And it is a homage to all those photographers, including Henri Cartier-Bresson, who captured those bikes going through, looking down. And and I'm really enjoying it, the fact that someone's done it today and presented us something that's very, very different. So I'd love to see this go at least into the gold category, if not gold with distinction.
Thank you, David. Peter, your right of reply.
I guess my only observation from some of the comments would be that I think we have to assume that this is a captured moment because that's the category. So I think we do the photographer a disservice if we don't. I mean, if we were in the illustrative category, I would be in the same boat, even if the photographer had dropped the bike in, because I just think it's such a strong image as it is. And there's also a certain personal assessments of the image of where people are coming from. And I think let's just step aside from that and say we're judges and we're looking at somebody who's created an image in this genre, this style, for this purpose. And I think that they have produced a gold with distinction in the way that they have presented it to us. Thank you.
So, Peter, your score remains at 97. Can each judge now rescore? Print remains at 89, a silver with distinction, and which is fabulous. And we'll go next door for review at the end of the category. May I have a blank screen, please? Blank screen. Oh, thank goodness for that. I had a heart attack. Okay, we are going to go for a lunch break. Before you go, I need to tell you some very important information. Camera Electronic have an entire booklet of APPA 2019 specials, which you can pick up at stand 25, which is just opposite room 1. So also visit the stand for your chance to win $500 in Camera Electronic voucher, which will be drawn randomly each day. The team at Camera Electronic would also like to invite you to their APPA 2019 Sunday session following the World Photographic Cup print auction. Beer, wine, soft drinks and finger food provided by Camera Electronic. So visit the stand during the judging days before Sunday for more information on that one. So enjoy your break and we will be back. I don't have the exact time in front of me. We will be back. Judges, if I can have you back by 2:10, please. Actually, I was enjoying watching it go like this up this end too. It was funny watching it seesaw. Okay, welcome back. How are we going, panel? Okay, on our panel we have David Oliver. I knew that'd make you stop chatting. David Oliver, Peter Eastway, Francis Suda, Johan, and it is Van Kahn, isn't it? Or Van Kahn? Van Kahn. Fun Kahn. Fun guy. Van Kahn. Excellent. Johan Van Kahn and Annie Payne. I have Mel Sinclair still assisting me here and doing a lovely job. At the back, I believe, actually I haven't checked. Who have we got at the back? Courtney and Amanda still? Naomi, Marina. And Swati, yep. And Marina, I said Marina. Excellent, thank you very much for being at the back there. All ready to go. We are judging the 2019 AIPP Australian Professional Photography Awards, travel category sponsored by Camera Electronic. Oh, and I'm Sarah McKenna, in case you're wondering. Can we have our next print, please? Thank you, judges. This print scores 77. Peter, right on 77, please comment.
Love the light and the moodiness. When we're positioning the elements within the frame, I find that maybe the bridge is a little bit close to the edge, the rock is a little bit close down to the bottom, and then we've got the watercraft coming across to the left. And so I just wonder next time the camera comes up to the eye whether just to perhaps reposition some of those elements that might make it more of a cohesive whole.
Thank you, Peter. Can we have our next print, please? By majority, this print scores 84, Silver Award. And it will go next door for a review at the end of the category. Can I have a comment, please, Annie?
Yeah, there's a beautiful symmetry in this image, and it leads you right in. I love the colour tones throughout the print as well, and then the character asks some questions as well, brings some questions to it. So it's got a lot of elements.
Thank you, Annie. Can we have our next print, please? Thank you, judges. This print scores 79. And we'll go next door for review. May I have a comment, please, Peter?
Maybe the design is fantastic. I wonder whether in the context of the awards a slightly smaller print might make it stand a little bit better on the image, and I wonder if a bit more mid-tone contrast just to lighten up those shadows coming through. And I'm not 100% sure exactly what it is, and so in the context of a travel category, maybe it would be better placed in, say, an illustrative category where we don't necessarily, well, I'm trying to draw the, fill in the dots, so to speak, and I can't necessarily do that.
Great feedback. Thank you, and we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 84, Silver Award. And again, we'll go next door for review. If I can get a comment, please, from Francis.
Yes, really well seen. Seen there. Just composition is great. I like that it's really cut in half. One side is the wall art. The other side is that lady with the dog. There is that very strong highlight, but obviously there's nothing you can do in this category. So that's just there. But otherwise, really, really well seen.
Thank you, Francis. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 80, a Silver Award. Can I have a comment, please, from David Oliver?
Yeah, well seen, well found, great colour. I'd love to have seen it just cropped on the building. I think the building on the left-hand side doesn't really add a great deal to this image. So that's the only comment I can make, how to improve it. But, wow, congratulations, it's won an award.
Thank you, David. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 88, which is a silver with distinction. with a very, very, very quick challenge then from from Johan. Johan, you're on 97. You've got a 90, an 87, 83, and an 82 to work with. Prince scored 88.
I'll let them look and... How many? 97. 97. Right. So I gave it 97. Obviously, I liked it a lot. There's a stupendous amount of balance and imbalance in this image. It's so lovely to see a photograph of somebody with an umbrella in the rain. It's got this wonderful asymmetry. It's got this counterbalance of a brighter side and a darker side. In the brighter side, you've got three elements that lead you up into this spire full of rain. And then you've got this man who's almost orchestrating with his hand. He's kind of like conducting the rain. And it's quite beautiful. And the moment is perfect. I'd really like to hear what was wrong.
David, you're on 82.
Well, nothing wrong because it scored a really good score. So I've got to be convinced to come up, but I keep putting my hand and taking out that right hand sort of area in shadow to balance it. And then he's sort of slightly walking uphill. I'm trying to think gold, and I can't get my head around that at the moment. I need to listen to other people on gold on this one.
If I can hear, please, from Peter.
The compositionally, graphically, it's beautiful, strong, dynamic, almost Giorgio de Chirico, and I always pronounce his name wrong, but anyway. Where I struggle, Johan, is the tonality isn't perhaps as even as I'm expecting it or wanting it, and maybe that's unrealistic for me. But I find that where the couple of buckets are in the post, which I love as three elements, is it just looks like it's been lightened up there, and then up on the top of the building it looks like it falls apart. Now when you get up into the image, I can see that there's detail all the way through there. But for a gold award, I want the photographer to communicate to me exactly what it is that I'm supposed to be looking at. And that's the man with the umbrella, whereas my eye is distracted by the top left and by the three with the two buckets and the pole on the left. And I just don't think that the tonal mapping is allowing me to go into the gold range. It's I've scored at 83 as a strong silver, and I think it's a wonderful image. I love it.
Annie, you were pretty much, or fairly close to where it was scored on 87.
Saw it as a strong silver distinction. It's hard to fault in its composition and balance and decisive moment. I wouldn't crop out the side element. Actually, I think that gives it a bit more of a real dimension. So yeah, I don't know why I didn't go into gold. I think I need to hear some more about that, but maybe I was being a little bit chicken. The elements are all there. It's hard to fault it.
Francis on 90?
Yes, absolutely gorgeous image. Composition outstanding. I would not crop that right-hand corner because it gives that way where it actually comes from. It would be a bit flat without that, and also it balances the triangle in the middle, that dark area. And there is actually in that area is where a bit of narrative takes place for me too. It's raining, it's pouring down, so why is he not actually walking towards that entrance? But no, he walks past the bins. So that's very strong because you would expect him just to walk out of the rain. Tonality, I think it really works for this image because it's raining. There's not much contrast in the light. So yeah, that's a gold for me.
Johan, your right of reply.
if the photographer had evened up all the tone to make it, well, let's say more bland, it would have been a much less interesting image. Because the photographer is moving towards an area of brightness, you're drawn to that, but the shape of that brightness leads you back and up the spire and then back down to him. And there's this wonderful circle that just keeps on happening. The shape of the spire is wonderfully balanced against the right-hand side of the image. The slight warmth that runs down the right-hand side actually sort of gives me another bit of the story. And it's maybe I'm imagining it into the story, but I believe it's there. And it's telling us about this closure going into openness. And it just is such a wonderful graphic with a very interesting narrative that doesn't take us down the expected path of all being the same. I've given it a 97. I'm stuck on that, thankfully. But yeah, so that's it.
Thank you, Johan. Your score stays at 97. Can all other judges rescore now, please? And the average before was 88. This print now scores 90, Gold Award. Can I do a quick judges change? Thank you, Francis. I'm going to swap you out for Ian, please. And when you're all settled, we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 79 and will go next door for review at the end of the category. Can I get a comment, please, from Johan?
It's a well-executed print. It's very deserved of a professional mark. It didn't take me somewhere special. I really wanted to go somewhere special. It's just what I would expect to be taken by a professional photographer who turned up at that scene. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have our next print, please? This print has scored 86, silver with distinction. Annie, can I have a comment from you, please?
Yeah, that's a great score. Congratulations. This has just got a beautiful simplicity to it. The choice of design and colour and composition and cropping, really deserved what it got.
Thank you, Annie. Can we have our next print, please? This print has scored 84, Silver Award, with a challenge from David Oliver on 92. David, you're working with an 83, 2 82s and a 79.
Okay, so the detail, I mean, I don't have to talk about the detail, it's just all there. It's just everywhere. The storytelling in this picture is just amazing. What excites me is the fact that that building, which is catching that sunlight, is just held together. The whites are just superb. I love the shadows in the background, where the light hasn't reached into that mountain range. I love those strong blacks that are contrasting against the mid-tone of this town, this city. Not too sure where it is, but probably could be Hong Kong. And then you've got the detail in all those boats, and you've got that journey of the little ferries sort of travelling around that point. It's just exquisite, beautiful composition. Great sky. I love the movement in the sky, and it's just all there, I think. And what is the score? Sorry,
84.
84. Yeah, so at least in the silver distinction.
Thank you, David. Annie, you're on 82. Oh, sorry, no. Ian, you're on 79. Let's go to you, please.
I agree with just about everything you said. I really like the scene, the view. I didn't quite put it into professional range. I feel the composition's good. Into award range. I put it very high professional practice. And for me, it's just that little bit of finessing that would have brought it over the line and possibly a lot higher for me. My eye is being drawn straight into that roadway with all the lights there, yet this building that's bustling with life I think is a little subdued. I think some selective playing with the tonal values within the print could bring a lot more out of this print. I think it's well on the way there, but I scored it just out of professional practice for the finessing of the final image.
Thanks, Ian. Peter on 83, please.
Yes, so far I think what we're seeing is just the different assessments judges put on the same image. And I for all the points you've made, I thought that was worthy of a silver. I scored it at 83, but it's just our standpoint. Thanks,
Peter. David, your right of reply, please.
Yeah, see, those highlights take me on that journey. That's the start of the journey. It is a busy place. There's lots of lighting, but it's the detail that's been held that is just extraordinary. Just to hold all that information into all those buildings, all the lights, all the textures in the water, and yet you've got that mountain range that's been held beautifully. That's a beautiful landscape in itself. I love the way it just falls away to the mid-tones from the blacks. Beautiful treatment to the sky to keep that nice and sort of milky and moving and soft, and yet the boats are pin sharp. So that's why I scored it as high as I did. So I would definitely like to see this at least come into silver distinction.
Thanks, David. Your score stays at 92, and if all other judges can rescore now, please. The print now scores 86, silver with distinction. Thank you, judges. And we'll have our next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 84, a silver award. And we'll be seen again in the room next door for review. I'd love to have a comment, please, from Annie.
Yeah, I thought this print was beautifully handled all the way through those different tones in there, and beautifully composed and seen as well.
Thanks, Annie. We'll have our next print, please. Oh, next print, please. This print has scored 78. If I can have a comment, please, from Ian, because you were looking at me.
I think this is good professional practice. It's a nice image that's captured, a horse being shooed, whatever. I just think it's perhaps a little bit too tight. I would like to see more of the scene, get more of a feel for the surroundings and the environment in which this is taking place. But yeah, look, I think the exposure as well, the treatment of the print is good. It's just a little tight for my liking.
Thanks, Ian. And we'll have our next print, please. Thanks, judges. This print has scored 83, a silver award. Mr. Vanderwald shall challenge. Nope, I've got that one. So you're on 88. You have two 83s, an 82 and an 81 to work with.
Okay. I'll give it a go. I think I need to back it, seeing I've scored it there. We constantly hear references to Escher, and as soon as this turned around, I saw an Escher painting in here and delved in. But this is obviously where someone lives. I've gone in and looked at it, and they appear to be little veggie gardens and so forth. And I think what an amazing place for people to live. And I just think this crop where it's just been, bled out from the edges of the frame with this beautiful diagonal line through it, breaking it up. To me, it's just so Escher-esque. I couldn't help but score it where I did. I would have gone higher if there was a figure or something to break it up, to bring my interest in, which wasn't there. But purely from a graphic nature, I think it holds together really well. Initially I looked at it and I thought that the horizon was crooked, but it's not. These things are actually on an angle as they come down. So there's this tension there that's throwing the whole thing out, but it's actually correct. And it really appeals to me. I think the photographer has done a really good job, and I encourage you just to have another look at it and rethink your scores.
Annie, you're on 81.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying. And there is a little bird there in the top right-hand corner, which I think does add that little extra element that you're looking for to me. But I did struggle with the top right corner where it isn't. It sort of goes off the grid a bit there. Perhaps there was just a slightly different crop that would just tidy that up. But yeah, as I look at it more from back here, I agree that it can do with some more points.
Peter, you're on 83. I'd like to hear from you, please.
Again, I think it's a matter of degree, and you're there on 88, I'm on 83. I think it's a very solid silver. I'd like to see another little bit of a figure. I wonder whether if we started the printmaking process with a slightly darker capture and then brought the values up, I just feel that some of the highlights are toned but not detailed. But that's just a minor thing. Beautifully seen image, very strong photographer is to be commended.
to reply.
Okay, I'm not asking for much. It's sitting on 83, a couple of... so, yeah, please, come up with me.
Thanks, Ian. Your score remains on 88, and if all other judges can rescore now, please. The print now scores 85, silver with distinction. Thank you, judges, and we'll have our next print, please. The print has scored 89, a silver with distinction. Who to choose, who to choose? Johan, you're on 94. Let's go with you, please. You're working, so challenged, working with a 93, an 86, 88, and an 82.
Okay. What a wonderful truth about travelling on trains. Do you like that alliteration? It is a fantastically true story with texture and love between people. And then there's all these photographic elements that come into it. The little reflection in the window that shows us another perspective of the same people in a very beautiful way. The expression on the man, it's so rested, but you know what it feels like to be on trains like that, and rest is not an easy thing. And exhaustion in the other person. There's so many elements in here that are so beautifully handled. I very much enjoying the printing. And I gave it a 94. I'd like to hear from other people.
Anna, you're on 82.
Yeah, I love the composition of the image and the found nature of the image. I gave it a solid silver. I thought it was an award image. The reason I couldn't go into gold is that I feel like the man's expression has got a knowing look about it, like he knows he's being photographed, and that his expression to me then just sort of lost that genuine nature. So that is why I thought it was a silver award image.
David, you're on 86.
Yeah, I sort of tossed up on this one, but the more I look at it, the more I think about this picture and the more I think about the man. I think he's looking up at the timetable and he's thinking, how long have we got to go before we get off this damn thing? And that's the story I'm feeling from him. And then you've got that beautiful mirror reflection on the right-hand side that holds the balance. I don't know why I didn't go gold, because it's superb. It's beautifully printed. And I'm really glad that, Johan, you've scored it what you have, because that gives us an opportunity now to move. The guy behind even has got this expression, which is pretty good, and it's life on the underground, I presume, somewhere in the world. But really quirky, great picture.
Ian, you're on 88.
Yeah, look, I'm glad Johan challenged this as well, because the minute I pushed it in, I felt that I'd underscored it. I agree with everything David said. The story that's there, the print quality, it's all happening. I actually feel the expression really suits it. Like travelling on the underground at night, it's not always the safest thing. And I see a man here really wary for his sleeping partner, keeping an eye on the world, and being fully aware the photographer's there and trying to ignore him, but just being very wary of the world around him, and protecting his loved one. I think it's lit impeccably. That reflection in the window is amazing. The print quality is beautiful. There's tone right through that, from the highlights right through to the shadows. I'll definitely be coming up.
Thank you, Ian. Peter, you're on 93.
Yeah, I think Annie, the expression is what got me when I first went up. But being a sort of a bloke who would have to hold my wife or partner's hand in a public place like that, and the camera looking at me, and I'm looking up at something else other than the bloody bloke with the camera looking straight at me, or good woman who's photographing me, I just think that the whole photograph is about that expression. And once I got my head around that, I couldn't see how I couldn't give it a gold. It's just so beautifully seen. It's a real travel moment, and Johan, I'm there with you already.
Johan, your right of reply, please.
Everything that everybody else said with just a sprinkle of gold tinsel dust.
Okay, judges, please pause for me. Don't enter anything in the screens for the moment. Think of the number that you're going to enter and hold it really tightly in your head while I drag this out slightly because I'm needing technical help, and they will be here very shortly. You're all contemplating that magic number that you're not forgetting in your head. I will just grab a blank screen for a moment, please. Thanks, team. Okay, just keeping it together for a moment longer, talking in my dulcet tones while you concentrate. I'm talking you into keeping it together with my tone. You'll remember it as soon as you see the print back again. Clean up on aisle 2. I will ask you just to sit quietly just for the moment, please. It was a crucial moment to stop the judging. Oh, before we, yeah. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Not much longer. I'm watching with my peripheral. Mothers with lots of children can do that. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Yep. Can I have that print back, please? Now, in fairness to the print, Johan is just going to reiterate his right of reply.
I want to reward this image for the exquisite control, the complexity of the story, and then the beauty in the story as well. And I hope that other people see the same with gold fairy dust. Yep.
Thank you, Johan. Your score stays on 94. If all our other judges can rescore now, please. The print has scored 92, gold award. Thank you, everybody. I need to do a quick judges change, please. Mr. Vanderwald, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. If I can bring on Dan, please. Dan O'Day. Can we have our next print, please? David, can you come on for Peter, please? Thank you, judges. This print has scored 88, silver with distinction, with a challenge from David Oliver on 95. David, you have an 88, 87, 85 and 83 to work with.
Okay, so we're looking for gold. When this came round, I just went, wow. Tonal range, beautiful landscape, beautiful buildings, beautiful composition. And then you go on this journey and you start your journey at the bottom and you work around to this stage. And you've got these musicians, I believe, just sitting there with their instruments, having a break. And, you know, like there's this little window into this splice of life in this country. They could be, it's like a little puppet show. And I think it's just amazing that the photographers found this spot and captured it superbly and then printed it with a beautiful tonal range. We've got the beautiful color palette all the way through. We've got sharpness on the stage all the way through to the background. We've got cool tones, we've got warm tones. There's everything there, primary colors. How do people find pictures like this? This is amazing. I just love this image. So let's have some discussion on this one.
Thank you, David. Dan, I would like to hear from you, please, on 83.
Yeah, no, I'm a little bit bummed I'm the lowest. I really liked it. I'll come up. Yeah, why not? Thanks. No, just kidding. I think the only thing that really, I love the subculture that's happening underneath. We're so used to seeing the skyscrape landscapes without actually thinking about often the subculture that's happening underneath all those and all the little hubs where things are happening. And I love that. I love that for once we can sort of see something that we're not often privy to with a lot of these type of images. And I think the photographer's gone and really just add another element to something that we're used to seeing. So I actually really, really loved the image. I just want to go on the record saying what held me down was the muddiness and the details that are missing inside the actual subjects at the very bottom.
I felt that that was unfortunately a little bit of a bummer. However, I can overlook some of it to maybe go up to a bit of an SD. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's a cracker. Good work.
Thanks, Dan. Johan, I'm going to go to you on 87, please. Final score was 88.
Oh, good. How interesting. You know, how intriguing. And everybody asks the question, what are they doing? And does it really matter what they're doing? It's just that they're doing. And it's the lack of information, the lack of detail that actually makes it even more interesting, because we have to look harder and try and find more. And as you said, the obvious story that happens at the top that is taken all the time, and then the subculture, I like that expression a lot, tells us more about what happens in this world and parts of this world. And I quite like the difference in tonality, where you've got the warm tones at the top and the colder ones on the bottom. So maybe it's an unfriendly world down below. And so I love that we can all make up our own story to make it rich. So I gave it an 87. I'm happy to go up a bit.
Thank you, David, who stepped in for Peter Eastway on 88.
It's interesting, at first, the lack of activity on the stage. I think that's why I held back from a gold. But the more I look at it, and I love all the light and points you point out, that's adding attention. The fact they're not doing what you'd expect, they're not performing, they're not doing anything, keeps calling to me. And I think that's if that's a very deliberate choice by the photographer, that will take it into the gold range.
Thank you, David Simmons. David Oliver, your right of reply.
Yeah, I bring it home. I think the lack of tonal range in the gentlemen on the stage is the fact that they are coloured gentlemen. They're black, I think. So they are black. So, yeah. So it would be really difficult to get light onto them. But, you know, just their gestures are telling you everything, that they are taking a break. It's obviously possibly a rehearsal maybe for a show, and that's what I'm thinking. But we can make up our own story, as someone said. And the stories are just incredible that's happening here. So, yeah, no, let's bring this one up into the gold category, please.
Thanks, David. Your score stays on 95. If all other judges can rescore now, please. By majority, the print has scored 89, silver with distinction. Sorry, Dan. You went from 83 to 84. No, it wouldn't have changed the overall score. I will make a note of that, though. Yep, and we'll have a look at it manually. So the score remains at 89, which is a silver distinction. And we'll go for a review in the room next door, which we can't wait to see all these again. If we'll accept that print, and we'll have our next print, please. Thanks, judges. This print has scored 79, and we'll go next door for review. I would love a comment, please, from Dan O'Day.
Yeah, I really enjoy the suit in between the two skyscrapers having some time out. I think it's a really well seen little piece.
Yeah, I feel like it's been executed in a really wonderful way. It's nice, it's clean, it's sharp. It's not like anything too unlike many things that I've seen before as far as in my life. But I do really enjoy it. So I put it at the top of the professional standard. That's why but I couldn't, it was tough to get it over into the award for me.
Thanks for that, Dan. And we'll have our next print, please. This print has scored 78. And, okay, a challenge from David Oliver on 84. David, you've got two 79s, a 77 and a 70.
Yeah, so we've only got to move it 1 point and it's there. But it's street theatre and it's very, very busy. But I just love the expressions of the people walking past. You're not really paying too much attention to it. Maybe, you know, in their part of the world, they're really bored with it. But that's what I think is kind of quirky, that there's nobody really there paying any attention and that these guys are pulling off this amazing feat. I don't know how he's holding him up there with... There's obviously a trick to this, and we can't see the trick, but yeah. And then there's other things. There's the colour palette, and there's all the warm tones and the beautiful soft greens and browns, and it's kind of quirky, and that's why I sort of like this image.
Thanks, David. Dan on 70.
I think that the content of the photo is fantastic. But I think that, to put it simply, I just think it's been overcooked in processing. You know, I think the crop's a little bit tight for the environment, and I just feel like there's been a little bit, now whether it's come out in post in the printing, I'm not too sure, but the greens, it's almost like it feels a bit spot colory to me, and it's like the subject matter, the guys in the green don't seem to really dance with the background as far as the processing goes. I just find it's a bit crunchy. The highlights are a bit high and the lowlights are a bit muddy. So I hate to do all those things. I think the actual great thing about this image is the things that you brought up, David. I mean, it is really well seen. It's really funny watching these two people walk past and just stare at what's happening. So I think it's a really great moment. With some processing and cropping help, I think it could actually come up higher.
Thanks, Dan. David, back to you for your right of reply.
I'm happy with the comments. You're right. It was just the quirkiness and the humour that caught me. I didn't really go into all the technicalities of this image. So happy to just rescore, see what we come up with.
Thanks, David. Your score stays at 84. And if all other judges could rescore now, please. The print remains at 78. And we got to have a good discussion. Thanks, team. We'll have our next print, please. Thanks, judges. This print has scored 80, which is a silver award. Can I have a comment, please, from Annie? You were just under that. What can we help this photographer with?
Yeah, I love the composition and the interesting image from here. And when going into it, I was just trying to find a little bit of a story in there with the people of what was going on, and I was just left a little bit lost there, which is why I didn't go into the silver category, but definitely high professional practice.
Thank you, Annie. We'll have our next print, please. And we are judging the 2019 AIPP Australian Professional Photography Awards travel category, sponsored by Camera Electronic. Thank you, judges. This print has scored 81, a silver award. And it will stay there. If we can have a blank, sorry, we do need a comment. Jumping ahead of myself. Dan, would you like to make a comment?
No, I'll give it a crack. I just want to say, yeah, awesome. Just two things for this one. Paper choice, I feel like it was probably quite for the fine detail on the subjects, the paper was probably a bit thick and a bit textured, so it wasn't really helping the smalls. And also because it's not actually under a mat. Now, I didn't take away, I'm sure no one did take away from the damage that's on the image because it's not matted, but it's just an exposed photo with no matting around it. So it's going to be more susceptible to bumps and scratches along the way. So as far as looking after the image and getting it out there, I guess it's just, print care we're talking about here, guys. And paper selection should help further, I think, next time. But good image.
Excellent. Thank you, Dan. And we'll have a blank screen, please. You can tell when they turn it that way. That brings us to the end of this room's travel category, brought to us by Camera Electronic. Thank you, everybody. But please don't go far, because we will be doing the review images from the other room in about, I'm going to say 5 minutes, because I'm really optimistic. Oh, my true nature nearly came out. So don't go too far, and we'll be doing those reviews shortly. We are nearly ready for reviews. We're nearly ready for reviews. We're just waiting for Mr. Oliver to return. Okay, my team, let's stop the chatting and be a family who don't talk to each other. Didn't sound good, no. Stop. Okay, so the reviews are about to start. These are all images that are 1 point off going up to the next bracket, whether it's from 79 to silver, from 84 to silver distinction, 89 to gold, 94 to gold with distinction. What we'll get you to do, this is just for the benefit of the online audience and those who haven't done it before, so stop giving me the eager beaver look. So I will tell you what it is scored and ask you whether you want to upgrade. And if you would like to upgrade to the next score, green for yes. If you would like to keep it as it is, red for no. With no discussion. And what I'll get you to do is stand up nearer the print so that you're able to have a close look. Please be aware there is an audience in the room who do want to see their prints coming up, so try to not stand dead centre in the middle, because this is a fairly quick process. And we'll have our, are you ready? We'll have our first print, please. This scored 79. Keep it at 79 or upgrade to silver. So this one stays at 79. Next print, please. This print scored 79. We keep it at 79, or should we upgrade to a silver? This one is staying at 79. Day. Okay. Have you done this one? No. We'll have our next print, please. This scored 79. Should we take it up to a silver? So this print scores 80, a silver award. Next print, please. Is that the right print? This print scored 79. Should we upgrade to a silver? This print stays at 79. Next print, please. This print scored 94. Should it be upgraded to gold with distinction? This print remains at 94, gold award. Next print, please. This print scored 79. Should we upgrade to a silver? This print has been upgraded to 80, silver award. Next print, please. This print scored 84. Should we upgrade to 85, silver with distinction? Yes, we should. 85, silver with distinction. Next print, please. This print scored 79. Should we upgrade to an 80? Yes, we have. This print has upgraded to an 80, silver award. Next print, please. This print scored 84. Does it go to 85? Yes, it does. 85, silver with distinction. Next print, please. This print scored 84. Does it upgrade to an 85? Yes, it does. A silver with distinction. Score of 85. Next print, please. This scored 79. Shall we upgrade to an 80? Nope, this one stays at 79. Next print, please. I can hear. Okay. This is at 79. Shall we upgrade to an 80? This print stays at 79. Next print, please. This print is 79. Does it upgrade to an 80? No, this print stays at 79. We'll have our next print, please. This print scored 84. Should we upgrade to 85? Yes, 85, silver with distinction. Next print, please. This print scored 84. Should we upgrade it to an 85? This print stays at 84, a silver award. Next print, please. This print scored 79. Shall we upgrade to an 80? Yes, this one is now 80, silver award. Next print, please. This print scored 79. Should we upgrade to an 80? Yes, 80, silver award. Next print, please. This print scored 79. Should we upgrade to an 80? No, this one stays at 79. Next print, please. And that is the end of the travel category in room 4. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Camera Electronic, for sponsoring. And don't forget to go and visit the Camera Electronic stand to see all their amazing specials and enter their competition. If I can get judges to thank you for your time, we are going to be starting the next category fairly soon, so don't go too far. Thank you, Live Streamland.